Good evening, everyone. We'd like to get started. If you could please take your seats so we can begin.
I'm sure you know it's 9/11.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you would.
Yes.
This is, well, you'll hear it. This is,
All right, everybody, we'd like to begin. It is 5:31, and I would like to call today's meeting to order. Thank you so much. So I'd like to call this meeting to order, reconvene into open session. And we'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And before I do that, I'd like to have a moment of silence in honor of today being September 11th. I actually had a guest that was scheduled to be here today to lead us in the flag salute, somebody from American Gold Star Manor in West Long Beach, who had close ties to September 11th, and at the last minute was just unable to come, and I reached out to a few other people trying to find somebody, but it was just too short notice. So what I'd like to do, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, I'd like to ask our very own Jeff Wood to please lead us in the flag salute. He's got an incredible patriotic flag on, so that's why I'm asking him to do that. Thank you, Jeff.
Pledge allegiance.
If you could please join me in a brief moment of silence. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please take roll.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Jointa.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here.
Donnell Jones.
Here.
At this time, I would like to report on closed session items. We will resume the matter of Student Discipline Education Code, Section 72122 of Student Number 1. The board has heard discussion in closed session and has deliberated.
President Malauulu, I would now make a motion that the board expel student number 1 from all colleges, campuses, and centers of the Long Beach Community College District. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and the second, and because of the nature of the item, there will be no discussion here. All discussion has happened during closed session. So at this time, I'd like to call for a vote, please. All those, does the student trustee need to be included in this? All right. All those in favor of the expulsion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. And the other closed session items were discussion items only, and we do have 2 additional items that we will have to reconvene to after this meeting. We had a pretty extensive closed session agenda, so we will have to go back into closed session at the conclusion of this meeting. All right, at this time, we're going to move on the agenda to public comments on agenda items. We do have some public comments, and the public is allowed to address the board before consideration of any item. And here we've got, I'm going to call your name, and if you could be so kind as to line up there behind the microphone, please. Melissa Hernandez. Elijah Avery, Stephen Contreras, John Hanna, and Ron Miller. Please step forward. Welcome and thank you. Melissa, are you here? Come on up, please. Here you go. After Melissa will be Elijah.
Hello, everyone. Okay, first of all, I'm really nervous. This is the first time I'm doing something like this. So I'm here speaking for the cannabis community. You know that it's important to get education out there, to teach them about the safety, whereabouts, like where to get your cannabis clean and nothing that has chemicals that would hurt your health. And also because I'm a parent myself, so sometimes I even struggle myself to talk about it and to other people. So that's why I go to classes, and I like to get education, and also I like to share it as well, like anything that I learn. And do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Melissa, for your comments. Elijah?
Hello. So I was born and I live in Whittier, California, but I'm very passionate about the cannabis community, and seeing what Long Beach has been doing in the cannabis space with the regulated market has been really galvanizing and exciting for me. In my community, cannabis has been very polarizing. Either you believed it made halos and unicorns fall out of the sky and it healed every ailment known to man, or it was the devil's lettuce and it put holes in your brain. And we've never really had transparent conversations, at least where I'm from, about how cannabis affects my community, affects me as a person, affects previous generations and the future generations. And so I think having transparent conversations and education for this generation and forward could be really powerful, because cannabis isn't going anywhere, you know? It's here to stay, and I'd love to be able to have more honest conversations about it with the people around me. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Stephen Contreras?
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Stephen Contreras. I'm Community Outreach Director for the Long Beach Collective Association. We have a thriving community here in Long Beach. We have a community that wants to get into this developing industry. They want workforce development, and we have a social equity program designed to give people job placements. But these placements have no training. There's no base training in this industry, and I feel that it starts here at the community college level. And I think it would be a great opportunity for the entire city, and specifically for Long Beach Community College, to lead this. So thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. John Hanna?
Madam President, if I may, I'd like to defer to Ron Miller to go before me, and it will short my comments.
Absolutely. Mr. Ron Miller?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, trustees, staff, and Superintendent Romali. I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the LA Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. And I'm here tonight to voice my support for the amendment for the Community and Student Workforce Project Agreement. I got to say that your staff has done an excellent job, and I want to thank each and every trustee for their input on this. I think it's been a very transparent process. Your staff is not easy negotiators, but we think we have a very good tentative agreement that takes care of both sides, and it's quite the milestone for labor agreements. It does go out, it covers all of your bond work, and that's a good thing. I got to tell you, I just got off the phone with Assembly Member Patrick O'Donnell. He's leading the charge up in the state for the state bond, and he told me to let you know that he's got $2 billion planned for the community college. We just got to get it voted on by the voters of California. So we got our work cut out for us in the future, and I'm sure $2 billion may not be a lot when it's spread it out across the state, but I also want to speak about the apprenticeship readiness program that we have partnered with you. Very proud to say we got over 80 placements into the trades. Those folks from your community have been put into good middle-class jobs, good careers, lifelong careers that are going to have good pay, medical benefits, and a modest pension when it's time for them to retire. So these are all good things, and it all goes together in this package. So we're very proud and hope you support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on back, Mr. Hanna.
John Hanna, representing the Southwest Carpenters, Madam President, board members, and President Romali. I want to join in Ron Miller's comments. That's primarily, and the only other thing I would say is that I want to thank the board members who were here when the original bond was passed, or the original Community and Student Workforce Agreement was passed. And this extension will be, for all of you who will support it, is really a milestone in saying we are committed to student success. Because what is student success? It is matriculating them sometimes to a four-year university, but also it's getting them into a career, not a job, but a career that will pay them a living wage, that will make sure that they are not a burden on society, that they have a pension, that they have health care. This is the private sector at work. And you are enabling that to happen by having this program. You're going to have Long Beach students who, if they go into the construction trades, will be a financial success, and hopefully they're going to be able to afford to live in Long Beach and Lakewood, and to be able to participate as active community members, because they won't necessarily have to drive all the way to Los Angeles or San Diego or the Inland Empire in order to get the good paying jobs that they so richly deserve. So I would say that if you're measuring student success, you have to look at what the end point is. You're having people who are earning while they are learning, and they'll matriculate into an apprentice program in one of the trades, and from there, they'll be set for life for as long as they can work. So thank you for working for student success in this manner. And again, I just want to reiterate, I join in Ron Miller's comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we do have one additional speaker. Is that Kennedy Antoine? Come on up, Kennedy.
That was beautiful. Thank you for that. My name is Antoine Kennedy, Long Beach native. I'm here on behalf of the LBCA. I'm an intern in active community. Even though some progressive universities offer cannabis education courses, higher education has yet to catch up to legalization efforts. An incredible amount of new research and information is coming out about this plan, and it's beginning to feel like the more we learn, the less we know. And I appreciate it if you guys take it in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional speakers, Madam Secretary, or we got them all? All right, thank you. We as a board really do appreciate any public comment that we receive, either on agenda or non-agenda items, and we do take heed to the public opinion. So thank you for your time, for coming in and speaking in favor of or against agenda items or items that we discuss. Moving on to item 2.6, this is an exciting part of our program. We are welcoming new faculty, so I will defer this to Vice President Scott, who will then defer it to our Academic Senate President, and hopefully it won't be deferred again after that.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Yes, having the new faculty here is one of the best meetings of the year, and we are so happy to see you. And I do defer to the Academic Senate President and the Faculty Professional Development Leader, my colleague here, Jerry Florence, to introduce the new faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent President Dr. Romali, Board President Malauulu, members of the board, LBCC administrative team, faculty, classified colleagues, and students. My name is Jerry Florence, and it has been my good fortune to have served the last 5 years as the Faculty Professional Development Coordinator. In this role, I've had the most wonderful opportunity of working annually with our new faculty cohorts. This fall, Long Beach City College welcomed 14 new members into the ranks of tenured track faculty. They are enthusiastic, motivated, dedicated, and ready to inspire the lives of the students in their classrooms. In mid-August, they participated in 2 full days of orientation held on both the liberal arts and the Pacific Coast campuses, and they also took advantage of Canvas training. They will continue their professional growth by attending College Culture Friday programs throughout their first year on campus. In the last 5 years, the college has embraced 175 new faculty. That is an amazing number. This infusion of creative ideas, content expertise, passion for student success, and commitment to this institution that they now are an integral part of assures us that the best days at Long Beach City College are still ahead of us. I'm going to ask this year's new cohort to stand and make your way to the podium, please. So I know that the board, you are aware that a fun tradition began a couple of years ago. Each of the cohorts, in order to distinguish themselves from one another and to make their mark as the newest faculty on campus, have put their heads together to select a clever moniker that embraces their unique spot in the college's history. You remember being introduced to the fabulous 42, the top pick 36, the worth the wait 48, the 27 who became 3 Cube, and the Elite 8. When this group first came on campus, one of the things they noticed is that no matter where they went, no matter who they spoke to, no matter who spoke to them, they were getting their pictures taken at every opportunity. So they have selected a name that is will remind them of all the times they've been in front of the camera. So tonight, let me introduce you to, it's really a pleasure and a treat to introduce you to the Photogenic 14.
You will never live that down.
So they're going to tell you their names and the departments in which they work.
Hello, my name is Leslie Forehand, and I am in the architecture program.
My name is Greg Ling, and I'm Advanced Transportation Technology.
Hi, my name is Vincent Callop. I'm part of Computer and Office Studies.
Hi, Matt Montegary, Math and Engineering.
Hi, my name is Christopher Carrier. I'm working in Life Sciences.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Bravo Arias, and I'm in Life Sciences.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donna Coe, and I am in the Vocational Nursing Department.
Hello, my name is Shaheen Johnson, and I'm in the Sociology Department.
Hello, my name is Aaron Fahey, and I am serving in the Life Sciences Department.
Hello, my name is Jessica Frank, and I'm assigned Hi, my name is Lisette Rodriguez, and I am in the Sociology Department.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jair Pino Sisian, and I'm in the Counseling and Student Support Services.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cristina Gutierrez, and I am in the Counseling Department.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitzi Garcia, and I'm in Allied Health Department.
So before closing, I'd like to give a special recognition to our Faculty Professional Development Senior Office Assistant. Oh, did you guys want to take a picture first? I'm sorry, I leapt in.
You guys cannot go yet. Jerry, you go ahead and continue. We'll take a picture, and then the board is going to say a few words.
You'll take a
You
picture
guys
of
got to
the
stay.
photogenic
Yeah,
photo.
the
Okay.
photos will continue.
I didn't want you to miss an opportunity. I apologize for leaping ahead. I would like to give special recognition to our Faculty Professional Development Senior Office Assistant, Catherine Conchata, or as she's lovingly referred to, not only me, but all of the previous new faculty cohorts across the campus, Catherine the Great. That should give you an idea of how important she is, not only to all of us, the new faculty, but to me in particular. A small plug, Catherine is an alum of Long Beach City College, where she served as a president ambassador prior to transferring to UC Berkeley, where she earned her degree. So Catherine, where are you? And let me thank you. I'd like to thank the Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Kathy Scott, and the Vice President of Student Support Services, Dr. Mike Munoz, for their participation in the hiring process last spring, and for joining us the first morning of new faculty orientation to welcome the newest members of the Viking family. A big thank you to Dr. Reagan Romali, who joined us the next morning at PCC for breakfast and conversation. For the new faculty to have the superintendent president all to themselves as she shared her vision for Long Beach City College, her passion for the students we serve, and her enthusiasm for the faculty in the classroom was indeed special and a highlight of their first day on campus. They are the newest members of her fan club. LBCC's comprehensive new faculty orientation program is due to the ongoing commitment of the Academic Senate. Of the responsibilities that are entrusted to them by the board, faculty professional development is one that they are truly proud of and dedicated to. Under the strong leadership of the Academic Senate, the personal and professional growth of all faculty is championed. Finally, I would like to thank Board Secretary Jackie Hahn, whose efforts behind the scene always provide this opportunity for us to introduce the new faculty, not only to the board, but to the campus community. Jackie, I appreciate all that you do. And on behalf of Faculty Professional Development and the Academic Senate, I thank you, and I welcome the new 14, the photogenic 14.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to take a photo with the photogenic 14. So Jerome, I know you could hear me. Come on out. So we're going to have the board stand behind you. Jerome is going to face us. You'll be facing that way. We'll take a picture, and then, maybe we'll take more pictures after that. Who knows? Jean Duran. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you, everyone. So at this time, you may take your seat. Welcome. And then we're going to open it up. The board, I'm sure, will make some remarks for you to remember forever.
Yeah, thank you, President Malauulu. I just want to say welcome. I see a number of hourly people who have now received full-time status. As a former hourly teacher, I want to congratulate you, and I want to congratulate everybody, but in particular the hourly people. Greg Ling, I know you're hourly. I'm not sure of anybody else, but I know that it's a rigorous process to go through and get hired at LBCC, and we appreciate it, and we're glad you're here.
Thank you. I wanted to also echo Trustee Baxter's comments and welcome you. You are indeed photogenic. What a beautiful crowd you are, and I'm so grateful to see such great diversity that represents our student population, both from all ages and also the wide gamut that you represent. I'm also grateful to see people with math and STEM background and discipline, as I am one, to see more of your major be represented and us hiring you. And before you know it, you'll get tenured. I mean, Trustee Baxter and I have been on this board for 5 years, and it's just like it was yesterday that we welcome new faculty, and then we go to the May reception for their tenured celebration. So welcome aboard. It's an honor having you. It's an honor serving you, and thank you.
Sure, thanks. Well, congratulations. We're very excited to have you here. I must say that I did a slight stutter step when they said the photogenic 14, and then I had to stand up and take a picture with you. I thought we're being outranked here somehow, but it's exciting to have you here. Long Beach City College is a wonderful place to be in education. It is particularly true right now. There's so much excitement and energy going on, and you're all a part of that now. The one thing I would counsel you is take advantage of the opportunities that you will have in the next year with professional development, because it gives you a chance to get to know the way things are done here. It gets you a chance to know each other better, and it's a great opportunity. So congratulations. I'll look forward to working with each and every one of you.
Hey, Uduak took engineering. No, I teach part-time at Long Beach State, and so I know the challenge of getting your curriculum ready and your academic plans and homework grading and working with our new generation of students that I think we're Gen Z now, as the incoming students. And the community college student body is different. It's full spectrum. You got sometimes 40, 50-year-olds in your class, and sometimes you have 17-year-olds in your class. So I know you all are up for the challenge, and welcome you to the college. I know I was talking to Greg. I've already seen his in a promotional video already, and it's it's only like the second week of school. So a lot of great things on the horizon, and excited, and welcome all of you.
I would like to echo my colleagues' remarks, welcoming you and just letting you know that we share in the excitement of the room. I love seeing how giddy Jerry is when she introduces you. She loves this so much, and her enthusiasm is very contagious. I'd like to encourage you to get involved on campus with your family, come out to the football games, come out to all the many events. LBCC, is a very special place, and we really are a family. And I really appreciate what was said about the community college student being very different. We have students, to my knowledge, I know of one particular 14-year-old. I happen to know him really well. He's a student here. But then I've also taught students who, I had an 82-year-old student once when I taught here. I was in the journalism department in Building P. So welcome. We're very happy to have you. And get involved, come to the board meetings. We look forward to seeing you at all the multiple events on campus. So thank you again, and Photogenic 14, we'll see you guys in 4 years and take another big picture then when you achieve your tenure. Congratulations. So at this time, I'd like to, I'm so sorry.
No worries. I kind of jumped in at the last
I
second
done
there.
told you gotta be louder. You gotta be louder because I can't see when you're trying to wave. I'm so sorry. Go right ahead.
Just really quickly to echo the comments of the board, but also to provide a word from the students in. So excited for the new perspectives that you guys will all bring to our students here. I've had actually the wonderful opportunity to already attend a lecture taught by Ms. Shaheen Johnson about a year or so ago. For you guys to all come together, and I'm really excited for everything that you guys are going to do. Just that lecture alone, changed my academic trajectory. So I'm so excited to see what you guys will bring to the institution. And on the behalf of my fellow students, welcome.
That was very nice. That was very touching. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are supposed to go to item 2.7. The two trustees to my left have asked that executive privilege jump to 2.14 to reorder the agenda. So, Superintendent President. Oh, you know what? We do have one additional item that was also requested too, but Trustee Baxter was going to wait until 2.14. So, Trustee Baxter, I'd like to defer to you If you may, so first of all, Dr. Romali, is it all right with you if we reorder the reordering of the agenda and move 2.14 till now?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm exercising a little bit of chair privilege here, moving 2.4 up. So right now we're going to 2.4 to reorder the agenda, and I'd like to defer to Trustee Baxter, who would like to make a presentation.
Actually, I'm deferring to President Romali, who's going to defer to me.
All right.
I'd like to do a double deferral back to Dr. Jenny Baxter. Dr. Jenny Baxter is going to introduce two wonderful VIPs in our front row VIP section. She is going to introduce Mrs. Anna Barbara Poindexter and her husband, Dr. Zeb Poindexter. Dr. Baxter.
Yes, thank you, President Romali. Please stand, Anna and Dr. Jeb. I would like to introduce you to Anna Barbara Poindexter and her husband, Dr. Jeb Poindexter. They are here from Houston, Texas. Anna told me that the traffic here is better than Texas. I cannot believe that, but okay, thank you for the nice compliment. But the reason that Anna is here is we are going to recognize her mother, whose name is Mary Barba. And Dario, were you able to pull up that photo? There we go. No, that's not it. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, that's it. I can't see it upside down. Okay. Oh, here it is. I can look right here. Okay, Mary Barba attended Long Beach City College from 1974 to 1976. And I believe she was in my women's history class at the Pacific Coast campus. But I really got to know her as a student leader. Mary received the Viking Award. She also, and Jerry, you might remember her too. Jerry was a student then. I don't want anybody to think she was as old as I. Anyway, Mary was a leader at the Carmelitas housing project over on the west side. And she decided to go back to college at age 40. And you have to understand, this is 1974, what a role model and what guts that took for a 40-year-old woman to decide to go back to school. And being a leader at Carmelitas and being an outspoken person, right, Anna? She really, truly was a role model. So I got to know Mary on the student cabinet. She received the Viking Award, which is the highest student award that you can receive. And she also received an associate's degree. And here in the photo, she's getting her diploma from Dr. Frank Pierce, who was the superintendent president at that time. Now, the reason Anna's here now is that many years ago she established a scholarship in memory of her mother when Mary passed away. And she's here to add to the scholarship fund, which we always appreciate. And that's why I'm recognizing her. And I want you all to give an applause. And Anna, if you'd like to say a few words.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm Anna Barbara Poindexter. There was 11 of us, that picture that was up there earlier, and my mother told me when she was in Mexico, her father wouldn't let her work. She would sneak and get the typewriter. So my mother never wanted a child to all these children. She said that to me. And so to get away from all of us, she went back to school after my father passed away. So one of the things that I learned from my mother was that she made us suffer the consequences of our actions. So the stigma in growing up in Carmelitas and the racism that goes on in this country and being first generation Mexican American has made me, I'm a fundraiser by profession. So I've worked in different entities in Houston. I said I need to get back for my mother, and the scholarship was very small. So for my 60th birthday, I raised $5,000, and I wanted to five $1,000 scholarships to anyone coming from the Carmelitas housing projects. I plan on doing a plan giving gift. I thought of setting up the foundation endowment, but I thought it was best to help someone now. With the economy being the way it is, book costs, I have a son in college and I have a 40-year-old daughter. So I have we have 6 children too, so we know what it's like to pay loans back and things like that. But the stigma of giving back, staying positive, and trying to help each other with the diversity in this country is real important. And my mother showed that, and she showed that to us. So if we got in trouble, getting gangs or whatever it is we did, because I was one of her bad children, because she brought me here to work a couple of times, so I remember that. But what she put in me helped me to be a nonprofit professional in Houston. And that's what I've done, and I plan on doing more for the scholarship here to help people in Carmelitas.
Thank
So I
you.
know everyone needs help, but that's the way I feel about this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, who are you? Which one are you in the picture?
I'm down there sitting in that little dress with my older sister standing behind me to the
cute.
left, to the far left.
Cute. Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that. That's beautiful. So thank you, and Dr. Zeb, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and on behalf of the students, Carmelitos does border my district. I don't think she knows I'm talking to her.
Yeah.
You want to call her?
Anna,
That's okay. I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the students who are recipients of your generosity and your fundraising, and we hope that they do right by your mom and your mom's memory to be able to earn this award and continue. And also, thank you for coming all the way out here. You could have mailed a check, but you didn't. You came here to personally present, so we really appreciate the time and the effort that it took for you to do that. Trustee Zia?
I also wanted to thank you. It's so wonderful to see you guys wanting to give back. And I also want to thank Dr. Baxter, Trustee Baxter, for setting such a great example and inspiring our students. And really, really thank you and welcome you and love your Southern drawl. You know, it's beautiful, and really appreciate what you're doing for our college district. And please bring it on. We have a lot of homeless students that could also use the funding, and I welcome you and invite you to consider them as well. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, if it is the pleasure of the board, without any objection, we're going to jump to item 4.6 in our continuing reordering of the agenda. And I know that we do have some guests here for that. This is our Community and Student Workforce Project Labor Agreement, CSWPA proposed amendment. This is an action item, and it has been on our agenda before, and like some of our guest speakers mentioned in the comments, our staff has worked very hard to see this through. We've had multiple meetings under the leadership of Marlene Drinkwine, our vice president. And also, we had several members of our staff in facilities and with our bond management. So there has been a lot of work that's gone into this. So it is an action item, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
So
and
moved.
then we'll go from there.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Trustee Sunny Zia, and it has been seconded by Trustee Jenny Baxter that we approve this proposed amendment. Any discussion on the item? All right, Trustee Untuck.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Yes, we did have a facility subcommittee meeting yesterday where we reviewed in detail the agreement, the votes that were made at our previous board meeting, and were able to ask questions and do some additional review. And by consent, we recommended to the board to support tonight's action of the extension of the agreement. And I, ring true some of the words were said earlier. This is really a milestone in Long Beach. I know at the city council level, it was nearly 2 decades that they worked to get a similar agreement passed. It was only a 5-year agreement, let alone something of this magnitude. And I think it shows our commitment to our student body of prioritizing students in our Tier 1 and our pre-apprenticeship program and our MC3 curriculum, that if you need to get a job right now, if you need a quick pathway to a good paying career, you don't need to go to a private institution and get loaded up with $50,000 or $100,000 in debt and still not be able to get a job. We have an opportunity here that you can go right into a good paying career with benefits, in less than 6 months. And so you think about the student debt eliminations. There is no student debt when you're a student apprentice in one of the building trade programs. And it starts here at Long Beach City College. And if you come to Long Beach City College and you do your full welding certificate or AA degree program, that job opportunity is still there, and you have the opportunity to move up. And it's merit-based. The better you do on your tests, the higher your pay is going to get. So there's great motivation of using the skills you learn in the training programs we have here, or in the apprenticeship and the job training programs. It's just really unprecedented. And especially in this time when there's so many young people who can't buy a home because they have to make student loan debts, that they can't start a family because they have to make student loan debts. This is an opportunity and a pathway that gives real economic mobility. That, we talk about education as the great equalizer. It's programs like this, and it's community programs that were dedicated for everybody. And I'm just excited to support this and look forward to moving this agenda item tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited about this coming back to the board tonight as well. I think what, for me, was the most important part of this is that if you have a project labor agreement, you know that the quality of the construction that will be done will mean that there will not be people coming back and having to redo things. I reiterate everything that Trustee Nuntuck said as well about the opportunities it provides for our students, and it may feel like it's been a long time coming, but it's here, and I think it's a very, very well thought out agreement. I like the way that everybody has worked together to solve the problems. I've actually talked to the assistant city manager in Long Beach because they're starting to consider this too, and it's apples and oranges, and this is a completely different thing than they're trying to do for a shorter period of time in Long Beach, and this will allow us to have quality project laborers on all of our bond projects that are set forth now. And it also gives us an opportunity to, every 5 years, take a look and see how we're all doing, and if we can reach agreement, add projects or modify things. So I'm very happy to support this.
I was on the facilities committee, and we met last night, Vice President Nuntuck and I, and I'm very, very pleased with the changes we made in this agreement. It's something that I can wholeheartedly support.
I think this is a wonderful opportunity for our community and for our students, and I wholeheartedly support this as well.
I have a... Sure. Unless you wanted to go first.
No, you go right ahead.
I appreciate all the work that staff has done. I want to thank staff and Mr. Miller. Thank you so much for your patience and endurance through this process. Frankly, it was a great agreement in July, and it's a great agreement now with minor enhancements, and I'm happy to support it. As I supported the original project labor agreement in 2016 with some of the board members on this board, Trustee Baxter and Trustee Otto at the time, and this is an extension of that. The original PLA worked very well for us, supported our students' success, and I think it is a very good opportunity for us to support this amendment in support of continuing our students' success and making sure that we put our students first, and I wholeheartedly will support this.
I concur with everything Trustee Zia just said. Took the words right out of my mouth. I'm very grateful for your patience and understanding. I know that it takes a lot of time for you to come down here, and I really appreciate the time that it took staff. And for those of you who aren't aware, there was just a lot of negotiating and getting the language just right. And these things are not easy, and it does take time. And we're very proud of what we are presenting today. We're very proud of the work that's gone into it. And we look forward to that continued partnership from all parties. So we've got a motion and a second. And any additional discussion? All right, I'd like to call for the question. Call for the vote, please.
You want a roll call vote?
I don't think we need a roll call vote. You want a roll call?
Donnell Jones, your advisory vote?
Yeah, aye.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you. So at this time, we'd like to return to the agenda item. I believe we left off on 2.87. Okay. We're going back to 2.7, which is the approval of the minutes of the August 28th, 2019 regular Board of Trustees meeting and the August 27th, 2019 board study session. We had a budget workshop on that day. So any corrections or changes to the minutes?
Any motion?
Yes.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve both sets of minutes. All those in, any discussion?
Who was the second?
Trustee Untuck.
Thank you.
Trustee Baxter made the motion. Trustee Untuck seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Dr. Romali, thank you very much for your patience as we reordered the reordering of the agenda. We'd like to go to item 2.8, which is your report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm so excited. Congratulations, everyone. And welcome to our new faculty who are joining us at a wonderful time in our history. Tonight we're joined by Long Beach City Clerk Monique De La Garza and City Clerk Specialist Myra Maravilla to present the Board of Trustees with a proclamation in support of National Voter Registration Day. I'd like to invite City Clerk De La Garza to the podium, and just as a little bit of trivia, Myra is currently the mayor of Hawaiian Gardens and a former LBCC employee.
Good evening. As you know, I'm not Monique De La Garza. My name is Allison Budma, the Assistant City Clerk. Here I have with me Myra Maravilla. So tonight we're here to present you the proclamations for the National Voter Registration Day that will be happening on September 24th. So President Malaula, Vice President Natu, a member of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for having us here. Last year was the most successful National Voter Registration Day for the City of Long Beach. We registered and pre-registered over 600 students. The day was very successful thanks to the support of LBUSD, LBCC, administrations to encourage students to participate in the voter registration day. This year, we are hoping to exceed the number and register and pre-register over 700 students. Across the LBUSD, LBCC, and Cal State Long Beach. However, this endeavor is not possible without your partnership. To commemorate our partnership with our local educational institution, we would like to present a proclamation in support of the National Voter Registration Day to the Board of Trustees. So here I have the National Proclamation Day in support of National Voter Registration Day. Whereas National Voter Registration Day was first observed in 2012, and it's now considered a national holiday. And whereas every year, millions of Americans find themselves unable to vote because they missed the deadline to register, failed to update the registration, or unsure how to register. And whereas the 18 to 25 voting age block comprise only 12.77% of all voting blocks registered to vote in LA County and is the voting block with the least voters. According to the Secretary of State as of report October 22nd, 2018. And whereas National Voter Registration Day seeks to create broad awareness of voter registration opportunities to reach tens of thousands of voters who may not register otherwise. And whereas the City of Long Beach City Clerk's Office has partnered with our local educational institution such as Long Beach Unified School Districts, Long Beach City College, Cal State Long Beach, and sponsor such as Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia, and the Water Replenishment Districts. And whereas National Voter Registration Day will provide an opportunity to conduct outreach and education for students in the Long Beach area to learn how to register to vote, sign for election reminders, check their voter registration status online, opt to receive their ballots by mail, learn about vote centers, and more. And whereas National Voter Registration Day is a nonpartisan day of civic unity for a common purpose to celebrate democracy and the voting rights we all share as American citizens. And whereas every eligible citizen should have the opportunity to cast a ballot. So now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Office of the City Clerk from the City of Long Beach, recognize the Long Beach Unified School District, Long Beach City College, and Cal State Long Beach National Voter Registration Day partners on the fourth Tuesday of each Tuesday and commit to embracing local efforts to engage our students in the election. And it's signed by our City Clerk, Monique Del Garza. Today is September 11, 2019. And we have Myra that will be sharing some civic engagement that will be happening at the end of September.
Thank you, Allison. And first off, I'm really excited to be here. I'm part of the Long Beach Community College family, Go Vikings. And I just want to thank Camille Bolton and Joshua Castellanos for having us be a part of this great event. Again, in 2017, our office participated. Last year, the mayor's office was here representing the city of Long Beach. And this year, we're collaborating with the Academic Senate. We're collaborating with student leadership and hopefully with across all both LAC and PCC. So we'll be doing a couple of really neat events. We're hosting and having 2 different sites, canopies, where students can come visit us, register to vote, get some swag, and get more information about VSAP, which is Voting Solutions for All People. And with that, I do want to talk a little bit about that. We'll be handing out a lot of information, and we'll be passing out some posters to the board. This is really important. This is one of the most important events that LA County is hosting on September the 28th and the 29th. So it's really important for us to close the loop for all of our young voters. Not only do we want to get them registered to vote on the 24th, but we want them to be engaged and understand that the voting system will completely change March 3rd of 2020. So with that, we'll leave these posters here, and we look forward, and thank you so much, Jerry Florence, Academic Senate President now, for having us be there on this Friday to present to the faculty and hopefully get a lot of faculty members engaged and involved so that we can do some classroom visits. And we're really excited to be here. So thank you again for being our partners, and we couldn't do this without you. So we look forward to the big number at the end of National Voter Registration Day. I'm sure we're going to far exceed 700. We're hoping to hit over 1,000, and that wouldn't be possible without you. So thank you all so much.
So if the board would come down, we're going to take a picture. We thought it was going to go a little different because we did it sooner, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna hold up these signs.
Yes. Okay.
Donnell.
Could I say simply?
So, yes, Dr. Romali, if you don't mind, we'll address our guests with the proclamation now, and then we'll continue with your report.
Sure.
Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something, Jerry. When I taught, I gave points for people who voted. You might want to mention that to the new faculty. I don't know how you're going to tie anatomy and physiology with voting, but I'm sure they can come up with something.
Anybody else? So, where'd Allison go? Allison and the Honorable Myra, thank you. You're LBCC alum also, right? You're an employee and an alum, so welcome back. Always nice to have you. If you could please let our city clerk, Monica, know how grateful we are. And I'm really excited that the college is participating in this event for the first time. I know that I sit on a city commission, and our commission always supports this event every year. And I'm so happy to finally have the college be able to do it. So we're very grateful for your effort. And I'm with you. We stand committed to get at least 1,000 voters from the college to join in this effort. A couple of years ago, I was, unfortunately, Trustee Untuck stepped outside, but there was an event at Jordan High School where Secretary of State Alex Padilla was there and our commission, and it was amazing to see some of the high school seniors who were already 18 or would be 18 by the cutoff register to vote on the spot. So hopefully we can share in that same effort here on campus. Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, Dr. Romali, thank you. Please continue with your report.
Yes, ma'am. Athletic Director Bill Husak, I know that you are watching, so I know you're going to be super happy when I say that this Saturday, September 14th, our Viking football team with Coach Peabody at the helm, super coach, is going to kick off the 2019 season with a home opener against Mount Sac. Should be a Viking blowout. All students, faculty, and staff and one guest are going to get in free. The game starts at 6. Want to encourage everyone to come on out. Trustees, we've got some tickets for you. The trades are back, and the news is all over town. ABC7 community journalist Rachel Jordan visited PCC. Walter Johnson, the PCC, not the PCC campus. We love teasing you. You did such an amazing job last night. She filmed a segment that highlighted LBCC and the trades are back, and the video segment aired during the 4 o'clock evening news, and we want to thank her for that. We want to thank the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, who donated 120 boxes of food to our students to collect for the LBCC Viking Vault food pantries for students in need. And this is the second year in a row that they have donated food, and we're so grateful to them. Yesterday, we hosted a Long Beach Community Job Fair. Now, last year, we had about 80 employers. This year, about 140. Wow. You know, we are going for total world domination. Yeah. So, and we are not stopping. Over 2,000 job seekers attended. And Trustee Otto was there, thought it was fantastic. We want to thank everyone who coordinated that very exciting event. Our Health Professions Career Exposure Summit is being held on September 19th from 5 to 8 p.m. Our City College and surrounding high school students are invited to attend a summit that's going to provide an opportunity to learn about the steps to pursue careers in health and health care. The panelists are going to range from physician's assistants, veterinarians, nurse practitioners, and emerging health care roles, and it's a wonderful opportunity for students to learn about health careers. Discover LBCC events. On September 25th, we are hosting a recruitment tent at the local Harvest Farmers Market at the Marine Stadium from 3 to 7, and our own Trustee Douglas Otto is going to be our special guest of honor there. We are also hosting a recruitment tent at the Food Truck Night at the Lakewood Center Mall from 5 to 9 p.m. on October 18th, hosted by Dr. Ginny Baxter. And upcoming events from our other trustees are going to be seen throughout the district later in the year, so details to follow. We're having a celebration of life this Friday, September 13th in D104 on the LAC campus from 11:30 to 2, a celebration of life for the passing of Life Science Department faculty member Joan Zuckerman. We want to encourage all of our employees and friends in our community to reminisce about the 24 years that Joan contributed to our college. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Romali. I appreciate all the efforts that go into the operation of the college that you do so well. At this time, I'd like to call up Alyssa Teneza. Come on up, our ASB President report.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My actual report will be fairly short today, as I wanted to allow enough time for you all to meet my cabinet. I did want to highlight that Join a Club Day today at PCC in front of the Student Union, and it was fun to see the clubs interacting with our PCC students. LAC's Join a Club Day will be tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the 8 Quad. So without further ado, I would like to begin our cabinet introductions with myself, then our student trustee, and then the rest of our student leaders. I wanted to first point out and mention Kendall Tisby, our LAC Vice President, Cesar Fierro, ASB Secretary, Jenna Jimenez, Rep of Sustainability, and Enrique Gonzalez, Rep of Veterans. They couldn't quite be here for introductions, so I wanted to make sure to mention them. So to reintroduce myself again, my name's Alyssa Teneza Jones. I am the ASB president. My major is sociology and public policy, and an academic goal of mine is to ultimately obtain a doctorate in public administration. And then our student trustees next.
Thank you very much. Did you want to introduce the cabinet?
Oh,
Yeah,
No,
okay.
He's gonna do his introduction.
Oh, okay. All right, go right ahead.
As you guys know already, I'm Donnell Jones, student trustee, majoring here in philosophy and political science, and my career goals are hopefully to maybe one day work in constitutional law. I also have an interest in policy research.
Good evening. My name is Ian Rubenstein. I am the Vice President of the PCC campus for ASB this year, and I'm double majoring in sociology and political science, hoping to someday get involved in legislation. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Edgar Torres. I am the ASB treasurer. I'm a pre-med student, a non-traditional pre-med student. Someday, I hope to become, and I will become a physician. I'm also a biology major.
Okay, hello, my name is Angela Blue. I'm a communication studies major. I am the representative of Student Services, and I hope to become a counselor.
Hi, good afternoon to all. My name is David Romero. I am the newly appointed Interclub Council President for LAC here. I am a nursing major, and my goal is to get my nursing license here on campus with the eventual goal to become a nurse practitioner. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I am the PCC ICC president. My major is human services. My goal is to get a PhD in human services and work in a hospital.
Hello, President, Trustee Vivian Malauulu, the Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Romali. My name is Christina, and I'm a DSPS representative. And my major is business communication, and I wish to receive doctorate in education because I want to serve students. Thank you.
So in closing, this isn't actually all of us. We're still in the middle of appointed position interviews, so we'll be adding more to our group by next week. And a couple of us are actually in class or just had to leave for class. That's why we're missing some people. So please be on the lookout for all of us throughout the year. End of the report.
Thank you very much, Alyssa, and the rest of the cabinet. We look forward to a lot of great activities that you will organize and promote, and we look forward to your personal academic success here on campus as you continue with your educational efforts. ASB is very near and dear to my heart, and I know how much work goes into what you do and all the meetings you have to attend and all the planning. And if I may just advise you that your work does not go unnoticed, but you've got to get out there and you've got to recruit students to participate. Each one reach one, and invite students to invite their friends. There's nothing worse than planning an activity and putting a lot of work into it and having it flop because of a lack of attendance. So you want to make sure that you get the word out and that students are aware. And I know that Joshua Castellanos' communications team has really done a great job of incorporating different programs so that we could reach more students and they could be aware of the activities that you're planning. So I want to say keep up the great work because I know you've had a busy summer, but I am excited about what you have in store. So good job. Anybody else want to add to that? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 2.10 for the student trustee report.
Good evening, everyone. My report this evening is actually going to be very short. Ms. Myra Maravilla actually covered most of what I wanted to report on this evening, which was I had the opportunity this Tuesday to sit down with her as well as other members of, from the city clerk's office to plan the outreach event that we have going on for National Voter Registration Day. Looking forward to reaching out and getting our students involved, doing some classroom visits, and really getting out there and getting our students registered. I'm extremely excited that there's going to be a little bit of everything, or a little bit of something for everybody, even our students who may not be of voting age. We are looking to do pre-registering on site, as well as having some incentives for having our students kind of show up and register to vote. Also, as the flyer shows here, really to promote also the mock election event going on September 28th and 29th at MacArthur Park as well as Pan American Park to really get our community aware of the new changes that will take place with voting. Everyone will have a chance to see the new voting system. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Student Trustee Donnell Jones. Now we're going to move on to item 2.11 for the LBCCFA President Report. Welcome, Diane.
Hello, Board President Malauulu, board members, President Romali, administrators, and others. Board President Malauulu, I want to thank you for recognizing today is September 11th. As my sister who works and lives in New York City and started work at 11 o'clock on that day and sat on the George Washington Bridge watching the buildings. She worked 2 buildings from the World Trade Center, watched the buildings start to burn. And my ex-husband, as some of you know, was working at Columbia at the time. Columbia University became one of the housing centers for the displaced individuals. Today will always be a very somber day for all of us to remember, so thank you for recognizing September 11th. Faculty, this being the 3rd week of the semester, are settling into their classes, although many faculty teach 8-week classes as well as 12-week classes. Everyone is working hard to promote student success. So I'd like to highlight just some of the activities happening in some of our departments. The English department faculty continue to engage in local best practices to better support our students in some of the accelerated classes that they are developing and teaching to reach the goals of AB 705. On Friday, September 27th, the Foundation, as well as the English Department Creative Writing Program, are hosting The Literary Voice, featuring Professor Emeritus Frank Gaspar, and steampunk movement writers Tim Powers and Jim Blaylock. Our chemistry and physics classes have offered more sections than in the past and have a 95% fill rate in those classes. Planetarium night, which is offered one Friday out of every month, has a packed auditorium with every event being filled before it even starts and showing to a standing room only audience. What was formerly the ESL, English as a Second Language Department, is now the newly established ESL, ASL, American Sign Language and Linguistics Department, and they have successfully launched its brand new associate's degree program in American Sign Language and Deaf Studies. Jessica Frank, one of the new hires, teaches in that program. And the classes are filled, and we already have students that are ready to major in that area. So this Friday, we will have our first Rep Council meeting, and thank you, President Malauulu will be coming to visit us, where the faculty will continue to discuss ways to retain and engage our students. So that's our update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone here from AFT? Yes, there you are. Come on up. This is item 2.12 for our AFT President's Report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. O'Malley, and board members. Tonight I wanted to report that the Vice President, Kristen Olson of Human Resources, is providing training in Strength Finder training for our classified staff, many of them. The training is designed to help employees better understand their key strengths in order to better help our students in the future. Also, the union is looking forward to the Classified Professional Development Day coming up on September 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody here from CHI, from our certificated hourly instructors? All right, we're going to move on. We're going to skip. Is any additional reordering of the agenda? Item 2.14. All right, we're going to jump down to 3.1, board request of our superintendent president, status update and additional requests.
Thank you, Madam President. For your record, we will be updating these every month with current requests and to give you a status update of where we are on a variety of projects, and it also gives you the opportunity to request new items. So at this time, we'll take any requests you have for new requests.
Any of my colleagues have any additional requests that they'd like to enter into record at this time? All right, seeing none, Dr. O'Malley, we're going to move on to item 3.2.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you want to continue with 3.1? Okay. All right. So just for the benefit of the public, 3.1 was a discussion possible action item, but there was neither. Item 3.2 is information only, update on the 2018-19 planning process for budget year 2019-20. Dr. O'Malley?
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg, our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, and Jennifer Holmgren, our Director of Planning, who are going to come forward and give a very quick presentation on how we go through the annual planning cycle.
Good evening. We're going to give a very quick overview of the planning process from the 2018-19 year for budget year 2019-20. So the way the planning process works, it's an annual process, and we always start in the fall every year with a kickoff with our college planning committee. And it starts at the very granular level, at the program level for instructional programs, as well as at the department level for our non-instructional areas of student services, business services, and human resources. And so the departments get together, they review their data, they set metric goals, they set goals for their department, as well as activities that they plan to work on to support those. And these are all tied back to our strategic plan to ensure that we keep our strategic plan moving forward. From that level, on the instructional side, we move up to school planning, and our schools create plans. And on the business services, human resources, and business services, human resources, and student services sides, they go straight into vice president level planning. And so really the point is moving from the department level to the school level to the vice president level and setting goals along the way, as well as looking at data along the way, to establish activities and also determine what resources may be needed to move those activities forward. So this year we had some exciting revisions to the planning process, and we received a lot of good feedback from our instructional faculty. And the very end of that planning process is that the vice presidents present their plans at the College Planning Committee. We establish institutional priorities aligned with our strategic plan, and then those move on to the Budget Advisory Committee and to our Vice President of Business Services to establish the budget and the priorities within the budget. And so it moves along, and in the fall every year, we haven't always done this in the past, but this is a closing of the loop of that planning cycle. And so really what that is communicating out what resources were received out of the resource requests, how our goal progress is moving along, and reminding everyone of the priorities. So we're going to be doing that in the College Planning Committee, as well as sharing out everything college-wide to all of our constituent groups. And so we were able to, through the planning process, fund over 70% of those resources requested at the VP planning level. So that was very exciting, and we're excited to really close the loop this year. We've received a lot of feedback that our constituent groups really want to know more about, they put all this work into these plans, what happened at the end.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Aaron, do you jump right into yours, or?
I'm sorry. I'm Heather Van Volkenberg. I'm the Dean of IE, and I support Jennifer in the planning process, so I don't have anything additional to add.
Okay. Got it. Well, thank you very much, Dr. O'Malley. Trustee Zia?
I just wanted to thank you for your tremendous work. You both have been instrumental in making this a success, and I want to thank you. We have such a talented staff. You exemplify that. Not just you show that you can not only be beautiful but brilliant, and I really appreciate that. And happy to have talented staff like you. In your report, I'm particularly impressed with the closing the loop piece and the measures that you're providing. I'm a numbers person. I get just so fascinated by the numbers, and I like the goals that we've set. Also, I am particularly happy about the fact that we're looking at mental health counseling appointments increasing. That's fantastic. And I look forward to getting the data that comes back. Are you fixing to give a report on a recurring basis? Is there a plan to report on some of these goals that we've set into place?
Yeah, so we've decided, we've worked with Dr. O'Malley to really set this up as an annual report. And this year, for the first time, the vice president set 3-year metrics. So they're working toward those each year. So next year, we'll have a lot more to report out on that progress on those metrics, as well as many others that the vice president set.
Okay, great. Thank you. And great job.
Anybody else? Any other comments? Trustee Ntuk?
Thank you so much for the presentation today. Throughout the process, can you share where the participation from the board is? Is it just at the end of the process, or is there an earlier goal setting? That's where the board participates?
Typically for the annual planning process, this happens within the college. With accreditation, it's typical for, they want to see it happening at the department level and at the school level, as well as the vice president level, feeding up, and then we inform the board of what those institutional priorities are, as well as what happened with that planning cycle. And it's all should be in alignment with the strategic plan, so making sure that those goals are moving forward. I don't know if that quite answers your question, but typically these are established committees within the college, and so the board hasn't typically been participatory at that level.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate all the work that you're doing. And please let your department know and the rest of your staff know that we really appreciate the work and the continuation of that work, especially as it aligns with the strategic plan. So we do have an end goal. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Dr. O'Malley, anything else on the planning process before we move on to item 4 on the agenda?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right. So for section 4 on the agenda, we do have to pull 2 items per legal, just some language that needs to be adjusted, and those items will be returned to a future agenda. So we're going to pull item 4.2, and we will pull item 4.3. So at this time, we are going to conduct a public hearing on the proposed budget of the district for the year ending June 30th, 2020. As reported at a previous meeting, we did have a budget workshop, and I'm going to defer to Vice President Marlene Drinkwine, and we'll begin with the public hearing. And this is mostly for comments. This will return as an agenda item when we adopt the budget.
That's correct, President Malauulu. So this is the opportunity to collect public comment during this public hearing. If there is no public comment, we would then close the public hearing, and the presentation of the budget to the board for your consideration will happen later in the agenda.
All right, so I've got some legal language to read out. This is the time set aside for the public to express its views on the 2019-2020 adopted budget. Are there any? Hearing no response, I now declare the hearing closed. That was short and sweet. All right, so we're going to move on to item 4.4, which is new board policy 2034, committees of the board. This is an action item. It has been brought before the board for a first and second reading. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt new board policy 2034, committees of the board as submitted.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this going to be followed by regulation, or is it just a standalone policy with no associated regulation?
Dr. O'Malley, can you respond to that?
There is no associated regulation at this time. These were at the recommendation of our counsel, Mr. Lipton, in that when we had our previous ACC-JC accreditation visit, we received a finding that we weren't up to date with all of our policies, and so we've been going through them little by little, and you're seeing a bunch of them come before the board to make sure that we've got all of the policies that we need to have and all of any related regulations. Certainly, if you have recommendations, we will absolutely listen to that. These we did not have, 4.4 and 4.5, and therefore we're bringing them forward because we did not have them in our policy booklet.
So I'm assuming this is just for standing committees, not ad hoc. It's, I mean, as an inference
Correct.
I'm making it's silent on that front.
Correct.
Okay. So when it comes to ad hoc committees, are we just going to deal with it on a situational basis as they come along, and we're not going to be subject to a policy?
That's actually a really good question, Trustee Zia, because and I don't know if maybe Mr. Lipton would respond to this, but Trustee Zia, she brought up a really good point. As written, it just says committees of the board, and that definitely fell through the cracks in the first and second reading. But will that include both standing and ad hoc committees, or is that just a separate, will there need to be a separate agenda item for those?
As written, this policy is written broadly enough that it encompasses both standing and ad hoc committees and allows the board to establish either type of committee. The standing committees are specifically mentioned in the second paragraph, but that's a very specific situation. But to answer the question, yes, under this policy, the board is authorized to establish both ad hoc and standing committees.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Zia, does that answer your question?
I don't know.
I do have one more question, Mr. Lipton, since you're there. With regard to the committee, to the board policies that you're bringing forward, I'm assuming there's some kind of audit that's been happening with policy. Is that something that the district initiated, or is that something that you initiated? Or, I mean, I know people are busy and everybody has a lot on their plate already, but I've noticed that in the last few meetings, we've had a lot of board policies that have come up. So is that audit something that we initiated, or how did that happen?
Yes, that's something that we initiated. When I got here, I reviewed the items from the last accreditation report that we needed to correct, triaged them against the pending emergencies of the day. And so what you're seeing now that we've got a few things under our belt, I'm working with Vice President Duran to audit them. And in many cases where we need some legal opinions, Mr. Lipton has been extremely helpful in getting those. So our goal is to, over the next year, get them all caught up to speed and done, because in the next 2 months, we are getting ready to start writing our accreditation report. So we want to make sure that we put those behind us.
Okay, I appreciate that. So what's a healthy amount of, how many would you say board policies needed to be, not necessarily, I'm sure they all need to be reviewed, but maybe revised or updated?
I don't remember specifically, but it was the bulk that I looked at, needed revising, and at a minimum looked at, to make sure that the current code, accreditation code has changed, or accreditation requirements have changed, ed code has changed. So at a minimum, they needed a review.
So maybe we can expect 2 or 3 per meeting?
That's reasonable. We've
Okay.
been, our President's Leadership Council reviews many of them, and they've been very busy looking at some. So you will see a few as we go over the next year.
All right, thank you. Trustee Otto?
Yeah, I can give a little bit of historical perspective on this, and that is that this has been an ongoing issue with all community colleges for as long as I've been on the board, which is 14 years. And what I mean by that is that the legal issues and other things are constantly changing. And so every board that I know of is regularly looking at their policies and trying to be up to date with them, modifying them if necessary, saying, okay, that one's fine. And we've adopted that process. I know that that's what Superintendent President Romali is doing. But I remember this going on back. I think we got a little bit behind, or didn't get all of them done, and we're going through them now. So you just never know. It's just part of the DNA of how community colleges do their policy work, is to look at the policies and see if anything's changed, or if there's any best practices, things that can be added. And it doesn't have to be, and I don't consider it to be overwhelming to get new policies or revised policies from time to time. Sometimes you need regulations, and sometimes you don't. You're not dinged if you don't have them, if they were really unnecessary. But it's great that we're doing this.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, yes.
I just also want to speak in favor of this. I know, looked at other college districts, have budget or facility committees that are standing committees, and I think it's important after we get this baseline policy in place, we figure out what's the right size for us and make sure that we are properly attaching the right functions, that it's not over-intrusive, but it's making sure that there's a role for the board and we're informed and we're part of the shared governance process. So I think it's a good first step.
Can I ask a question? Yes. Yeah, and I don't know this as a legal fact, but I presume that in the planning process, that if the board has a committee and the committee is making recommendations, that has to come out of a policy that talks about the establishment of committees, and that the board needs to establish all of its committees in order for the work to be done as part of the planning process.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Anybody else? Additional questions or discussion? All right, let's go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor of adopting new board policy 2034, please respond. Student trustee?
Aye.
The rest of the board, all those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Item 4.5, new board policy 2035 regarding board membership. This is another action item. It has already been read, the first and second reading at previous board meetings. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
Just a point of clarification. We've had the first reading. This is the second reading.
Correct. All right. Student trust, we have a motion and a second. Discussion is closed. Student trustee?
Aye.
And the rest of the board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Madam Secretary, did you get that? Trustee Zia and Trustee Baxter?
Yes.
All right. We have already approved item 4.6, and now we're going to item 4.7. I will defer this to Dr. Romali.
Yes, ma'am. With regard to the board self-evaluation, Dr. Calote will not be moving forward with us on this item, nor my evaluation. And what we have done is provided a listing of potential consultants that are offered up by CCLC, the league. And we've provided that to President Malauulu for her consideration. And you can use a consultant. You do not have to, whatever your pleasure. Their resumes are contained. And if you were to choose one of those, we may negotiate with the league. Will call them and find out if they are interested and available. The rate of that is $250 per hour. We have also included for your information the 360-degree board evaluation process that is completed by Rancho Santiago District. That is very interesting because it allows the constituents of the college to provide very valuable input into the evaluation process. So at this point, I would turn it back to you to decide what is the board's pleasure in terms of how it would like to conduct its evaluation.
So I have one question, Dr. Romali. You mentioned that if we use the CCLC evaluators that you provided in the email this afternoon, that the rate is $250 per hour. How does that rate compare to what Dr. Calote was charging?
I believe her rate,
150.
it was 150.
150 per hour? Okay. And then if the board chooses to utilize a different board evaluator that's outside of, obviously Dr. Calote has dropped, but then CCLC, then we would just, bring it up to the board and the board would decide and...
Yes, and we would negotiate the rate, and we're always good negotiators, particularly Mrs. Drinkwine there, VP Drinkwine is a very good negotiator, and we would negotiate that rate.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Trustee Otto?
Yeah, and I would just say that we need to do this quickly because there are deadlines that we are now passing when we should have had this done. We understand if somebody drops out as a consultant that there's not much we can do with that, but at the same time, I don't want it to drift. So I would recommend that we get somebody off of this list quickly. I think that the reason that the consultant that we were going to use isn't going to be decided to withdraw, I guess is a way to put it, and maybe had a lower rate was because the CCLC list includes monies that goes to CCLC for operating the service. So, and I would recommend that we do this. I think that there are a lot of quality people on there, and we can find somebody who can do it and can do it in a quick way.
Dr. Romali, what would the ideal situation be in terms of us choosing, based on the email that you sent? Obviously, we can't, have a serial meeting. Is it advisable that each board member review the email and then report back to you our choices, and maybe Board Secretary Jackie you compile a list and we vote like a poll? That way we can expedite the process?
Yes, we can expedite the process through a polling process. We can blind copy you on that, and you respond only to her as a poll so that we don't have a serial meeting. As to your preference, we will count the votes, and then we will negotiate with the top one or two in terms of their availability, and then we can immediately begin the process. If it is your wish to copy or amend in any way, if you would like to go with the Rancho Santiago process, but in a more expeditious manner.
And do we have a deadline when this has to be done by? Or Trustee Otto, you probably know more about the deadline.
I think it was supposed to have been done by the 15th of June.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
to have the evaluation complete or to have the evaluator selected?
To have the evaluation complete. It is something that the board should be doing every year.
Wow. So we're exceptionally late.
Well, I wouldn't say exceptionally.
We could wait another year. That'd make it exceptional.
We're interestingly late.
Okay. All right. So I'll forward. Is it all right if I forward the email that you sent me to the rest of the board?
Yes.
So I'll forward the email to everybody and have, if it's the pleasure of the board, everybody respond. I don't know how much homework it is to review everybody, but maybe by Monday?
It's very light. And also, I have just received a notification from Mr. Lipton that perhaps I better question him.
Objection.
Perhaps my
hear you and I
information
see you.
was wrong, and I would like to retract it if need be, so that we do not get into any trouble, and have him speak to that. It is recommended that the board evaluation come after the superintendent evaluation, because the board goals follow those of the superintendent, so we can move very expeditiously.
And when is the superintendent president evaluation due? Is it the same time?
Yes.
June 30th.
So we're late on that one too.
Yes, you are.
Yep.
Well, we've been slacking off. What has this board been doing? Okay. All right. So we have to conduct the superintendent president evaluation first, and then conduct. So would the evaluator need to be the same or
No,
two
does not
different?
need to.
All right. So we have our homework cut out for us. Okay. And Trustee Untek?
No, I was just raising an objection because reading the face of Mr. Lipton, that I think our strategy is a failed strategy, and he could probably speak to that better of why we should not do what we were talking about doing.
Thank you. It would be a violation of the Brown Act for a staff member to receive the viewpoints of each of the trustees and collect them. That would be essentially a collective concurrence outside the meeting. So I'd recommend that the board not do that. That would be a violation of the Brown Act. On the other hand, it's on the agenda, the board self-evaluation right now. If there's further discussion, it would be possible, feasible, appropriate to have any further discussion now. Otherwise, it would have to be a future agenda item.
I just want to make sure, what exactly are you seeking feedback on the facilitator or on the 360? I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding. Okay, so do we have then? Can we discuss who the names of the facilitators are here? Because I don't recall getting any information about that, and I don't see it in the packet. So perhaps we can discuss it here and make a recommendation to staff. And then I'm in favor of the 360 because I've always found it odd that we self-evaluate and we're in this ethos and ecosystem and judging each other, but it's really members of the community and other stakeholders that should also provide input to us that we can better do things better and more or different. So I'm in favor of 360, and I'd like to have an understanding of who those names are and their qualifications.
Sure. We were given via email today
Just Trustee Otto, sorry to interrupt you, if I may. Just to clarify, I received an email from Dr. O'Malley today that Dr. Calote had withdrawn from the process today. So subsequent to that email, she provided me with a list of CCLC evaluators in the process.
Right.
So that happened a little late today. So, she's going to forward it to the rest of the board, but it is something that we have on the agenda for, I believe we can do that during closed session, no? Or is that just the superintendent president?
No, it has to be discussed now.
To answer your question, the selection of a facilitator is not a closed session item because it's not a district employee. Another option that the board has is for the board president to appoint an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 trustees that would be delegated authority to consult with Dr. O'Malley and come back to the board with a recommendation, or even to make that recommendation along with Dr. O'Malley. So that's another possibility.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lipton. Trustee Otto, I interrupted you. Do you want to continue what you were saying?
No. But I would be happy to serve on the ad hoc committee because I know that CCLC process and the people that they use, so I could lift up some names.
Okay, I'm agreeable to whatever is the pleasure of the board. Do we need a motion to establish that ad hoc committee? If the board so chooses, then we can do that.
I don't think so. I think you can ad hocly do it.
And then if anybody would like to work with Trustee Otto on the ad hoc committee, you self-nominate.
The ad hoc committee can be appointed by the board president so long as there isn't any objection among the other trustees.
Okay, so at this time, let's take
Unless somebody else wants to do it.
Let's take a motion to establish the ad hoc committee for the board evaluation selection process.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this ad hoc committee?
I do. How long are we going to have this committee meet? And we're overdue, and then we are behind schedule. And so I'm not necessarily in favor of doing it this way. I think we need to probably make a decision tonight. And I mean, I know it was late notice that we just found out that our plan fell through today with our plan consultant, but we are beyond overdue on this. And, saying, alternatively that we're going to, query the CLC respondents. We do have a draft survey already. We do have the Rancho Santiago template there that, putting together a combined version with a CLC consultant seems like a rational idea without having to spend more time, schedule meetings, report backs to a future board meeting, and make a decision next month. I think
You could certainly do that. Since it is the responsibility of the board to do it each year, you may consider having a standing committee that meets every year. That could work as well, that automatically meets at a certain time each year from a go-forward process if you'd like as well. That could work. That is a standing.
I mean, this is off the top of my head, but I know that, for example, Bryce Harris, who is the former chancellor for the California Community Colleges, does this kind of work. I know that Wadeen Trainer, who is a trustee at Marin Community College and is an attorney by training. She's been a trustee for about 25 years, does this work. I think that Rita Zapata, who used to be the chancellor at San Jose, does this work. And I think those are three people that could do this in a timely way if they're available. So,
Yes, those are three names on the list, as well as Pamela Haynes and Donna Miller.
If I could interject, I've been doing these evaluations for 4 or 5 years. We've never had a consultant. We just filled out a form. Is there a need to hire someone?
yes, it's to help design the process, and we have had consultants before. When we've done
We
this.
did?
Yeah.
I don't recall either, Trustee Baxter. I agree with you. And I also agree that we need to save time. I'm in agreement that, the committee may cost us some time, and we have this information before us. And I'm in favor, like I said, either way, if it's the desire of the board, but out of, time is of the essence. But, I just got the information, and some of the names that are being called, they're all good names. I personally think we should, someone like a Rita Zapata sounds like a fabulous idea. But still, we may be able to save that money and be able to have staff put together the 360, and then we can go from there. There's always opportunity for cost savings.
Okay, any additional discussion? All right, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to establish the ad hoc committee, so we have to move forward with that, entertaining the motion. So, student trustee, do I poll him for a vote on that? This is a motion to establish an ad hoc committee to hire an evaluator for the, this would be the superintendent president evaluator?
No,
No,
For,
the board evaluator.
for the board evaluator?
Nay.
Okay. All right. So now if we, roll call vote has been called for by Trustee Zia. Madam Secretary?
Let me clarify. Who made the motion?
I did.
Sunny
And
Zia.
I seconded.
And, okay. And to establish an ad hoc committee to recommend a consultant for the board and CEO evaluation? Is that your committee?
Not to recommend, it was
No?
to establish an ad hoc committee to determine, to choose the
Then
board evaluator.
Then the board must vote on who. We'll take a
Correct.
vote on that.
So the ad hoc committee would bring forward their recommendation. I guess you're right, then it would be to
They'll
recommend.
come back
You're right.
only as soon as October for the recommendation, for the vote.
All right, so we're going to call for the question.
Okay. Donnell Jones, you voted
nay.
aye? Aye?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay? Okay, I'm not going to call roll call. Would you please just call?
Trustee
all those
Zia
in
asked
favor?
for a roll call vote.
It's not necessary. Okay, Virginia Baxter?
I hate being first. Nay. Only because of time. I think that's a very good point.
Vivian Malauulu?
Nay.
Uduak-Joe Income?
No.
Oh. Doug Otto?
How many votes do I have?
Excuse me?
You know, this is,
Yes or no, Trustee Otto? Point
A
of order.
vote.
Point of order.
Trustee Otto, your vote, please.
I vote no.
Discussion is closed.
And Sunny Zia?
No.
So just for the benefit of the public, just so you understand that because the motion was on the floor, even though the discussion was very convincing against it, we do still have to continue with the vote, even though during the discussion it became very apparent that it just wasn't feasible, but we can't let a motion with a second just die without a vote. So that's why we have to continue with that, just parliamentary procedure. Trustee Otto, I'll reopen discussion just for you.
Thank you. So I think it's very important that we do this. It's very important that we do this quickly because we're beyond the deadline. I also think that it's very important that we have somebody with experience help us out on this because these are evaluations, and if you try and do it in-house, whether it's the superintendent president or the board, it's everybody evaluating yourself. So you need somebody to help you do a good process. I think that that can be done very, very quickly. And I think what we missed when we did this motion to establish the ad hoc committee was that the ad hoc committee can just be appointed by the president, and it doesn't have to be voted on, and we could get this done and get a report back real quickly, or if you wanted to, even to go faster, you could take the names and say, we want our first choice to be Rita Cepeda, our second choice to be Bryce Harris, our third choice to be Wadeen Trainer, and see if they're available and what they would charge, and get that done as quickly as possible, and we could even have a quick special meeting to approve that.
To back you up, Trustee Otto, I'm receiving a text that the committee could be delegated the responsibility to also make the decision, not just recommend, but to go ahead and make that decision, as you mentioned. You could also, the committee can also determine the timeline and methodology so that it can be completed ASAP if you delegate that authority to them.
Great. Thank you.
I'm agreeable to whatever is the pleasure of the board. So if you would like me to appoint, I can appoint Trustee Otto. And Trustee Baxter mentioned that she was interested in serving on that ad hoc committee. Does anybody object to that? All right, so we're easy. Trustee Otto and Trustee Baxter have been appointed to the ad hoc committee to determine the board evaluator. And you will be reporting back at the... Do we have time for the October 11th for them to report back the selection, or do we need to take action prior to that?
You can actually...
Could we enter into a contract prior to that?
Mr. Lipton is saying the board will need to vote to delegate authority to the committee.
Got it.
To hire the person and determine the full methodology, and then we can move forward with the evaluation.
That's
fast.
What she just said, I'll take a motion on that.
So moved.
I don't think we need a motion.
Yes, we do.
Advise we do need.
We need to approve that the ad hoc committee have the authority to do what Dr. O'Malley just said.
I would like to make that motion with a contingent timeline that it's decided in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And that we can start the process so that by the time we come back to the next board meeting, it's done. Because, I mean, basically, we're going to select a consultant. They're going to say, here's the questionnaires. We're going to respond, and they're going to compile the information and have a
I'm
finished
actually
evaluation.
in town the next 2 weeks, so there.
All right.
And are
So-
you, Trustee Otto, are you?
Absolutely.
If there's a second, I'd say for 2 weeks to make a decision, and by the next board meeting, we're finished with the evaluation.
Can I just ask a question?
So, yes, Trustee Zia has a question before we proceed with the discussion of the motion in a second.
Are you, is it desire that we complete the board evaluation by next board meeting? Is that the intent?
I don't think that's what Trustee Antek was saying. Can
That
you
is what,
respond?
that is true. That's what
I
I
thought
said.
that's what
2
I-
weeks to make a decision, and within a month, we're done. I mean, we're going to get a Survey Monkey or a form to fill out. Take some time, fill it out, send it back in, and the person will compile it.
So that would be hiring the facilitator, having her do the analysis, and then also doing the evaluation, self-evaluation. I worry a little bit on the timeline. I like it. I think it's a great goal and intention, but what if members of the community who are going to evaluate us are not available or are not ready by that timeline? Those are some of the variables that I think we need to consider. That we have that consideration with other people's timelines, and I just don't want to bind us not knowing that uncertain point, since it is a 360. Just something for us to consider. So I don't know what the rest of the board would like, but I think by the next board meeting, it may be a little bit aggressive timeline if folks are not available. I don't know. I just want to put that out there. I'm in favor either way. I think it's a good intention and goal, but just we might want to consider that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any question or discussion? And Madam Secretary, it is a pretty
I'm going to clarify.
mouthy.
Motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Baxter, to appoint the 2 members to the ad hoc committee and to delegate them.
They're already
Authority.
appointed. It's a delegate authority.
Just to delegate authority to them.
The authority to approve the contract of the
To- With the
consultant.
So
And the
select-
process.
Select
And-
a,
And complete the process by
By-
October. How do we
I
determine
didn't
you
hear
can
that.
complete it if we don't know if the consultant is
available.
Well,
yet,
we'll pick
or-
who's ever available. Trustee Otto mentioned 3 very good people. Somebody's got to be available. Trustee Otto, did you hear me? 'Cause I was
Especially
saying
since
nice
everybody
things
else
about
had,
you. I
hold
said-
on, let's have order because we're all speaking over each other. But I think that, I'm guessing they'll be available because most of the other boards have already completed their evaluation if they were all due by the year end. So hopefully, at least one of them will be available.
Excuse me, when you appointed the 2 ad hoc committee members, are you telling me that was a separate motion and vote?
There was no motion required for that. It was just an appointment to the ad hoc committee.
We're back to the board president, and that is correct per the policy.
Correct.
Okay.
so, I agree with Trustee Zia that that this should be done as quickly as possible, but to say that it absolutely has to be done by the board meeting in October is unnecessary and counterproductive, and that we ought to just say, get it done as soon as possible. And let the chips fall where they may. If we can't get some people, we'll let the board make that decision.
And I don't think the 2 are in conflict. Setting a goal and time horizon and time date. If we meet it, we meet it. If we don't, we don't. By the next board meeting, we'll know we're still in process, we're not. It's going to be 3 more days. I think we can be proactive. We've already discussed the evaluation and who the external people that we wanted to be participated in the 360. We can notify everybody now saying we're going to do a survey. Be ready to try to get it done by the end in the next 30 days so they have advance notice and in parallel while we're making a decision on who's available. You know, they're not mutually exclusive activities or processes, but you know, let's make our best effort, and if we don't, we don't. But I have faith in my colleagues who have volunteered to be part of the process, that you're going to be diligent in evaluating and making a decision and trying to come up with the best possible solution in the shortest time frame.
Point of order. I just want to better understand. Wasn't the motion that was made was to make the decision by next board meeting? Should we revise the motion? Because if we're recording it as by next board meeting, then it's official. So maybe we should revise the motion or have an amendment to the motion to as soon as possible, or make a concerted effort to complete it by next board meeting.
Jackie?
Yes, we could make the motion as Jack recommends, establish the procedure and timeline for the evaluation, and to select and approve a contract with a consultant.
I think there was a second
motion.
part, yeah.
It was about delegating the authority to the ad hoc committee to select a consultant.
And conduct. Didn't you want
No,
the conducting of the actual?
I'm trying to make sure Jackie understands first.
Who is going to establish the procedure?
The committee. This is
And the
giving the committee
timeline.
the authority to.
Well, that's what I was just reading to add to the,
Okay.
what the,
You said something different.
to delegate to the ad hoc committee, what your authority is in this, for this this specific committee.
You want to read it again, what you have?
I have a lot of stuff here. It's back and forth. We'll have to clean it up. To delegate authority to approve the contract with the consultant to decide on the methods, timelines, establish the procedure and timeline for the evaluation, and to select and approve the contract with the consultant. We're just kind of repeating over and over. So let's get it clean as to what.
Maybe we can have Mr. Lipton speak to, we're getting lost in translation here.
And this is what he's
If
been
I
sending.
may, Board Secretary, I think some of the phrases that you have are a little repetitive. Like you said
Yes,
some
they
of.
are. I was
Yeah.
just reading what I had started
So just
recording, so please.
to clean it up, and then also I think that Trustee Zia had offered a friendly amendment that even though we would like to have it completed by October 11th, it's not necessarily, you know, it's really up to the evaluator and the person who facilitates the survey. So, you know, with a goal of October 11th, however, understanding that that might not happen, but we can have an update on October 11th. And then certainly by November, I think it could be done.
Would you like me to propose some language?
Sure, but yes, absolutely. But Jack, if you wanted to add something to that?
Trustee Intuk, I think, asked me if I had a suggestion for a motion.
I just want to make sure we accurately captured your first part recommendation before we get into the timeline component, because you said this committee's now been appointed and we need to delegate authority for them to select a consultant and then decide on the process. Was there additional language you recommended beyond that that should be included in the motion?
Well, I think particularly since the board is delegating authority to the committee, it's important that the precise nature of the delegation be clear. And in that regard, hearing the discussion of the board, I'd recommend a motion such as the following, that a motion to delegate authority to the ad hoc committee to establish the procedure for the board's self-evaluation, to select a consultant for that purpose, and to approve a contract with the selected consultant.
Right.
That motion didn't have a timeline in it, but that could be a subsequent motion or an amendment to the motion.
Great. I'd like to make sure the motion I said to so moved to reflect accurately what Mr. Lipton has just said. The only caveat I put on there was to have a decision on a consultant in 2 weeks and try to get it done within a month or by the next board meeting.
Madam Chair.
Dr.
So I'm wholly confused. Are we voting for selection of a consultant and having the self-evaluation completed by the next board meeting, if possible, or are we just voting to approve the ad hoc committee's delegated authority of selecting a consultant? Because I've heard multiple things and I'd like to bifurcate them. It seems that we transitioned into just the consultant approval and not doing the evaluation by a certain time. Just want to get clarification.
I think the original motion is to delegate the authority for the ad hoc committee to choose the evaluator, period. And then if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee Untuck recommended that it be done by October 11th. And then Trustee Zia offered a friendly amendment. It's still at the pleasure of Trustee Untuck to accept, to include language that while we'd like it to be done by October 11th, we understand that that might not be feasible, seeing as to how we haven't already decided on who the facilitator is and if they are available. So that's where the confusion is. The original motion is grant the authority to the ad hoc committee to enter into a contract, to make the selection and enter into a contract. That was the motion. Trustee Untuck proposed the October 11th deadline. Trustee Zia proposed that might not happen. Let's, adjust the language to understand that it might not be feasible. And that's where the confusion is. How are we going to word that? Is that correct? Is that how?
I have no confusion. I can speak to the motion one more time.
Wait, hold on one second. Let's agree to the motion first before we start speaking on it, because we're not in agreement with it. Trustee Baxter?
I thought the motion also included that we would work with the consultant to select a device to do the evaluation. Is that not correct?
But that's up to the ad hoc committee. We're not going to get in the weeds with the committee.
Okay, but I thought we needed to have that.
That's what so just to clarify, that's exactly what I'm recommending. The motion in the first part is what Jack has recommended. And he said 4 parts to it, if I'm correct. And Dr. Molly could probably, she's been typing and read it back, but it was grant authority for the committee to make a decision, for them to develop a process, for them to select a consultant and to enter into a contract with that consultant. Those are the 4 things I took away that I think Mr. Lipton just said, and I think Dr. Romali was going to say something, but her and Jackie have written this down. Is that what you've captured as?
Yes, sir. We can read it back to you if it's your pleasure.
That would be great for everyone.
Yes, sir. The board delegates authority to the ad hoc committee to select and enter into a contract with a board evaluator within 2 weeks. The board also delegates to the ad hoc committee the authority to establish the procedure and timeline for the evaluation and suggests the evaluation be completed to the best of their ability prior to the October board meeting.
That's good.
That sounds just what I said.
Perfect. All right. Is everybody okay with that motion? Any discussion on that? Now that we have a motion, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion?
I'm sorry. I hate to keep asking questions, but so the actually I'm not sorry because this is important. Is the ad hoc committee going to also select who would be partaking in this evaluation? Because I know we're okay. And then you're coming back to the board on the determination of who these evaluators are, or you're just going to make the decision for the board?
We delegated, if we vote this, we delegate the authority to the ad hoc committee.
On the members who can be evaluating us.
I think the language is, Madam Secretary, the procedure and protocol, and I remember hearing you say the methodology.
Select and enter into a contract with the board evaluator.
And then there was something else that you said after that. There was additional language that talked about the methodology and the procedure.
To establish a procedure and timeline for the evaluation.
So I
were
think
my words in
that's
the
up to the ad hoc committee to establish.
So how many people are we going to have on the community side, and external stakeholders and internal stakeholders? Is this something that maybe perhaps one community member from each district, each area is what I would suggest, just so we have proper representation from each trustee area? And then of course our internal stakeholders with our faculty, full-time faculty members and part-time and classified members, and people who have a vested interest in the district is what I'd like to see take into consideration in our evaluation. And then of course students, if there is if we can have representation from the students side too, so we can have that perspective as well in our evaluation.
Trustee Z, I think those are all valid points, and I think that when the ad hoc committee meets, that as a member of the public, you can make those, and I'm sure that they're noted here. You know, the two members on the two members on the ad hoc committee have heard, and we're all in agreement with that. But I think that us delegating the authority to the ad hoc committee allows them the opportunity to establish that process and determine who will be involved. Rather than to have the board micromanage that decision. Now, I did see, Trustee Otto, did you want to add to that? Or, I'm sorry, because I know Vice President Drinkwine also wants to add to it.
Nope.
Go ahead, Marlene.
I'm so sorry, I have one small clarification. The board can delegate the authority to authorize the contract, not enter into the contract, because technically you cannot sign the contract. So just a point of clarification that the board is delegating the authority to approve the contract.
Got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anything else? Any further discussion on this item?
So may I change the motion to approve a contract?
Correct.
Or to approve the name of the evaluator?
Okay. Is this something that the student trustee would have input on?
I had a question.
One more question, and then Dr. O'Malley, does the student trustee have input on the board evaluation?
It's a board, not usually. He's not being evaluated as part of
Okay.
the board. That's not been in the past, but I guess, Jack, would you have a comment on that?
No, the answer to
We have never included the
We've never
student
included the student
trustee
trustee
in
in
a
the
board
past.
evaluation as being evaluated, because it's on your goals. I mean, it's based on goals.
I'll be a little nicer to you next time.
We have not in
Typically,
past.
the student trustee is not evaluated as part of the process. It's the 5 regular trustees that are part of the self-evaluation.
No, I'm sorry. My question was if the student trustee weighs in on this vote.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the student trustee
Would weigh in on the vote.
Is it an
certainly
advisory vote?
Okay, got it.
can vote on the
Okay.
process.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, and Trustee Ntuk had one more question?
That was my question. Was the student trustee going to participate? And I thought,
Oh.
if he did participate, that fulfills the student's role in participating in the 360 process. I know we previously discussed, the superintendent of the school district and Dane County, Long Beach State participating. I think it's apropos that our student trustee participate as well if we want to get a full assessment. But I think part of the motion, we're delegating that to the committee to decide. But we already had the discussion on who's going to participate, or who we think should participate.
Any additional discussion or question on this item? All right, let's go ahead and call for the vote. Student trustee Donnell Jones
And just for clarification, this is for the delegation of the authority?
to the ad hoc committee.
Aye.
All right, and the rest of the board, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much. To the ad hoc committee, thank you for volunteering your time, and we expect that by the time our board reconvenes, the whole process will be 100% done. No pressure. All right, we're moving on to item 4.8.
Going to do it by midnight.
It'll be done tonight, Trustee Otto said. All right, item 4.8, board agenda schedule. This is an information item only. Information schedule includes ongoing and routine agenda items that the board can expect to see on monthly board agendas. Any discussion on that? All right, Dr. O'Malley, is there anything you need to add to that item, or can we move on? All right, moving on to presentation, section 5 of our agenda. We've got the annual report on campus crime, and we have Lieutenant Martinez here. We look forward to this time of the year where we could see our progress and how we're doing with our safety on campus. Welcome.
Board President Malauulu and trustees and Superintendent President Dr. O'Malley and vice presidents. So I am pleased to present the 2018 campus crime presentation. One of the things that the Long Beach Police section does is partner with various groups through the college to promote safety and security throughout the campus. And that's one of the things that we focus on, is building those partnerships and collaborating. And you'll see some of that as we discuss and go through the presentation today. When it comes to the crime statistics, and we'll get into those shortly, you'll notice that Long Beach City College, both the district and both campuses, are very safe. And if you were to compare that to any community college throughout the country, Long Beach City College is one of the safest. So in moving forward and talking about the Long Beach Police section, because they are definitely part of the safety that goes on here, but definitely not the only part. There are many people and many partners in many areas of the campus that play a role in providing for a safe environment. And in providing for that safe environment, it's building those relationships. And some of the things that we do, we'll talk about building those relationships. And I'm also going to talk about building those relationships too with the students, and kind of being ambassadors for that next generation, for those interested in law enforcement, but also creating an understanding that campus security and campus safety is really everybody's responsibility, and kind of just instilling that when we go about and do our work and do our business. So the one of the things I do want to comment on is the Long Beach Police section. They day in and day out do very hard work. They're constantly paying attention to some of the small things, looking at things that others probably wouldn't look at, but then also building those relationships so that both campus police and others that need the information can get the information. And we'll talk a little bit about BIT too, about that, how that's a collaboration in promoting safety throughout the campus. One of the many things that we do, and we'll talk about a few other things too. So moving forward, the requirements for reporting, there's obviously the Clery Regulations Act. Institutions that receive federal aid are required to report this information. You'll see the Clery information in our annual report that we'll be putting out shortly. When I talk about the numbers, I'll give you a little bit more information about the numbers in the FBI Uniform Crime Code. But one of the aims is obviously, you've got sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. And law enforcement too, we'll talk about campus police being involved in the disciplinary process. And we'll mention a little bit about that and how we partner with student affairs and making a collaboration and working to provide a safe environment for the students, faculty, and staff. Obviously, the goal is a safe campus, so there's many ways to do that. Crime is obviously a component of that. And so when we do talk about the crime statistics, we'll talk about some of the things that we've done. In April, we kind of provided a little bit of a highlight with that. We talked about a bunch of different things when it came to preventing crime and providing for a safe environment on campus. And it included student affairs, and included others in DSPS, and included those working in other parts of the campus, providing information to not only us, but to others to kind of collaborate and figure things out and create that environment. So when it comes to classifying these crimes, you'll see this in the Clary report too. This goes on to when we talk about the statistics. But before we get into the numbers, I just want to talk about the goals. Obviously, our most important goal is protecting life and property and providing a service to the college. And one of the things that that the section really focuses on and that I highlight on is being there for those that need us. When they call, we can provide information. And I'm going to use the word ambassador. My predecessor, now Commander Lieberman, used that word, ambassador. And we are really ambassadors for the college. We look and work to support what goes on here. And so in serving the community, we really also are doing that protecting of life and property. And so, you know, we do provide education to the educators, personnel safety, crime prevention. We'll talk a little bit about that. We do offer some of that. We do give presentations to international students. We give safety presentations and information that sometimes isn't thought about by students to give them a little bit more awareness. That awareness kind of increases their ability to kind of protect themselves and also kind of stay out of situations that may end up resulting in a crime. So one of the other things we do, we get involved with, and I know there's some work going on now with emergency preparedness. We're going to be a partner in that too with our counterparts across the office over there when it comes to preparing for emergencies. I know that there was some recent work done on evaluating some of the buildings around campus, and so we also play a role in that. We recently had a large-scale active shooter mass casualty. I'll call it Rescue Task Force. It's kind of our term we use to describe how police and fire work together in a situation, you know, God forbid something like that were to happen here, where we work together in order to save lives, what it comes down to. And so we recently had one in June. It was very successful. The college was a great partner in that, in providing the facility and allowing us to use various parts of the campus to train. And we trained over 150 firefighters and police officers in responding to an active killer, active shooter type situation, you know, with all the information and some of the media and some of the actual incidents going on around the country, it's definitely very timely. So that is something, and I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Some of the methods that we do to reach and to kind of reach our goals and provide and protect the campus is just a personal contact. It's walking up to people and talking to folks, keeping that line of communication open. You know, it really comes down to is, you know, some may see the uniform too as a barrier, and so we try to break down that barrier by communicating with folks just like people, because we're all people. And so that's one of the things that we focus on. That's one of the things I emphasize with the staff is that personal contact and going out there and interacting and talking with folks. We do campus events. I'll highlight some of those shortly, but we do ice cream socials. We've done several of those, both in 2018 and 2019. And we've also brought in some other resources from the department to share their expertise and just the nature of the job. You know, we had some folks from the dive team. We had some of our scent detection dogs. The dogs were a real big hit. People love the dogs, so we brought the dogs out twice, actually. And so those are some of the things that we do to kind of just interact with the communicate with the college community. Viking newspaper, we have a relationship with them. In fact, I'm going to be meeting with them next week to just, you know, to keep that open dialogue and to share information and to be approachable to them as they learn how to be journalists. And so we're part of that process also. We use Twitter, and then last October, November, we went live with Instagram. And so we are attempting to use social media to reach out to the community and promote things that we want to promote. Some of the things that we've done is created videos for theft prevention. We've created videos for escorts, that we do provide escorts, and that, you know, you can pick up the phone and call and somebody will escort you to your vehicle. And so we've done a video on that. We plan on doing some additional short videos that we can put into either Instagram or Twitter. We do some of the training videos with the recent active shooter scenario. The college participated and assisted us in taking some video. So we plan on using that video a couple different ways. One of the ways for the college is that we plan on doing some emergency operations executive training in the near future. And part of that would be to use that video to instruct the executive staff and emergency operations, incident command system, and that sort of thing, if an incident were to happen on campus. So, and then of course, obviously, in-person trainings that we do are just, informal information. So we do work and collaborate with student discipline when it comes to issuing summary suspensions, being involved in the student code of conduct part of it. And we did issue some summary probations in 2018. We did 12. Generally, those involve theft of food items from the Viking cafeteria, or some behavior between maybe a female and a male that is not conducive to a learning environment. Some of those things will get referred to the student conduct, and we work with them. We will participate in hearings if they ask us to. And then we also provide our insight as it relates to whether it would be a crime or is this a student conduct issue. And what you'll see is a lot of times there's obviously a bunch of different ways to resolve situations. Student conduct is one of them. If there's a crime, investigating a crime is another. And so there's various ways that we look to kind of maintain that safe environment throughout the campus, and we use different ways to do that, and we work with student affairs and student discipline to do that. So we also are a member of the BIT team. The BIT team is recently in the April meeting. You saw some more detailed information on what the BIT team does and how they look to promote this collaboration through various groups throughout the campus to assess different situations, whether it's a threat or whether it's a problem student or a conduct issue. We look to review that information and participate in that discussion as a partner to all these other places, all these other areas on campus to facilitate that safe environment. And then we work to resolve it through the group discussion. So getting into the numbers. So if you look at the numbers there up on the screen, 2016, 2017, 2018, we had reported incidents increased approximately 9%. Those increases are basically what we call DRs, or incident reports. We have a couple different ways to report information, but the incident report is a way to collect information depending on an event. It may not be a crime in some cases. It may just be the reporting of a conduct issue that we, like a summary suspension, and then we write an incident report on it. So the increase, one of the things that we've been really looking to promote is, see something, say something. Don't be afraid to speak out if you think something is not correct, or you think you have a concern about something. The message is always, we'd rather you report it to campus police or somebody that you think can direct that information to us, or to somebody who can, especially if it's a safety issue, to resolve it. And then at least we can take it and we can evaluate it and determine where it can kind of go. And that happens often, actually. We actually get information and then we'll route it back to somebody on campus that is more suited to deal with that information or that incident, and not necessarily campus police. So if you look at Pacific Coast campus, there was a decrease in those reported instances for the reports. So the increase could be for a couple different reasons. Obviously, we're saying if you see something, say something, but it could be also a decrease in the actual level of activity that we see in that part of the district. And so there was a decrease in that situation. If you look at the number overall, there was 11% decrease in reported incidents when you combine both campuses. One of the other things I wanted to mention too is when it comes to the numbers, and we'll get into statistics here in a second, is that we are using the FBI Unified Crime Code standard, which is basically analyzing, investigating information. The annual report is the Clary standard, which the real big difference is those incidents that are not only investigated but also just reported, they'll be in that report, which will be coming out near October, right about October. So the numbers here that you're going to see is the FBI Uniform Crime Code, which includes the analyzed, investigated standard. So if you look at campus crime trends for LAC and PCC, one of the things that you'll see is, so when you look at auto thefts, you'll see an increase of 2. If you look at some of the numbers more closely, in one instance, you'll see that one of the thefts occurred on a Sunday. It looks like the event was probably a car show. So depending on what the circumstance is, sometimes you have to look a little bit closer at the numbers. There was another instance on that on the auto theft where a vehicle was left overnight. And so when you leave a vehicle there overnight, you obviously increase the likelihood that a theft could occur. So one of the things that we did too is when we look at numbers and we evaluate information, in this particular case, we saw at the beginning of the year there were more auto thefts. So what we did is we increased our visibility in the parking lots. If you look at the vehicles that are taken, they generally tend to be very older vehicles. And the reason for that is they tend to be a little bit easier to steal. They just don't have the technology inside that makes it difficult for someone to break in and take the vehicle. And so we increased our visibility, and so the end of the year we only saw 3 instances, and then the 4th was the Sunday car show event during the early morning hours when it was parked out there before the event started. If you look at theft, theft is probably one of our largest numbers when it comes to crime. Obviously bike theft is in there too, but property theft. And so one of the things we did at the beginning of last year in 2018 is we created a theft video that we put into Twitter to remind people to protect their property. And one of the, just a really short clip, and we put in some information about, don't walk away from your stuff, your computer, your phone, as simple as maybe, and the video actually showed a female student going to the bathroom and walking out, the computer's gone, just to get them to think about that kind of situation and develop that awareness so that they make some kind of other adjustment, whether it's having somebody stay with their stuff or taking their stuff with them so that it's not left unattended on the desk. And so theft is one of those things. We'll talk a little bit more about it. We talked about it again in April with bicycle theft and how we made some changes when we saw an increase in bicycle theft in October. Some of the things that we did, and I'll just kind of revisit those to give you an idea of some of the crime prevention and awareness things that we've done. And then if you look at burglary, generally the burglary is property related. Anytime you go into a building and you take property, sometimes it's for something that's connected to a building, depending on the circumstance. So we saw a decrease in that in burglaries by 2, but for the most part, property crime is our most area that we pay attention to when it comes to kind of affecting the crime trend. And so we have to stay on top of it, and bike theft would be one of those, like I mentioned. If you look at these trends here, there was an adjustment made because you'll see later that there was an arrest for a robbery. So in your original paperwork, it had 2 robberies. It was actually 3 robberies because it was connected to an arrest that I'm going to mention here in a second. So you saw that the 2 of those robberies occurred on campus, or right on the corner of the campus, and the other was off campus, but in the reporting district. And so we had both of those were property phoned on one occasion, skateboard on another. Both initially, the property taken on those was basically strong arm robbery or bodily force, is what we call it. And then the other was a carjack when it came to using bodily force to take a vehicle. And that was just off campus, but within the reporting district. And then we have no sex offenses to report. We had 3 felony arrests, domestic violence, the robbery strong arm that I mentioned, which was the skateboard. And then we had a drug arrest from an outside agency just off campus, but within the reporting district, and that was a felony warrant arrest. The strong arm student, that was the student on that incident. And that person was apprehended. We had 5 misdemeanor arrests and citations. If you look at those, basically there was a resisting arrest where later they discovered a pocket knife, an outside warrant arrest, that was a drug arrest, misdemeanor arrest, and then we had a couple of municipal code violations and drug theft. And if you look at the reported, this is both combined Long Beach, or Liberal Arts Campus and Pacific Coast Campus, 30 incident reports, traffic accidents. Generally, the traffic accidents are somebody backing up out of a parking stall or, not gauging the turn while they're moving through the parking lot. They're usually very minor situations, rarely involve any injury at all, and they tend to be just fender benders and what we call, for the most part, exchange of information. And then some vandalism was reported, 8 incidents. So if you look at the calls for service, there was a very small increase in the calls for service. Again, this goes back to really kind of developing that idea that if you see something, say something throughout the campus. We still have instances where we'll learn about information maybe the next day when it probably really should have been reported the day before to the police, to the campus police. And so we're really trying to make that and we're probably looking to do some information out on social media to really kind of increase that awareness, remind people of the numbers that they can call to notify us of incidences when they happen at the time that they happened, instead of kind of getting into these email chains where we sometimes find out about information later. One of the other things too is the contacts that we have out in the public, is those increased contacts will also generate a call for service, in addition to the calls that come in from throughout the college community. So there was a question last time, I think it was from Trustee Jones, about information regarding certain classifications of race for various contacts and for various interactions with campus police, with the campus, the City College Police. And so one of the things the department is doing, this came out of a bill, California Assembly Bill 953, and it required law enforcement agencies to collect data related to reporting information such as the time, the reason for the contact, the perceived race, ethnicity, gender, the age and such. And so there is a law that currently is on the books to gather this information. Currently, the Long Beach Police Department is collecting this information. The Long Beach Police Section is part of that collection process. So that process is going to take a year. At the end of this year, they look to compile that information and then at some point publish it out, send it out to the public for viewing. So that process is already occurring, and so I'm anticipating sometime at the beginning of next year. I've been told March or April is when the information is expected to be released after it's compiled and reviewed and put together as part of that. And they've been collecting information since January 1st of this year. So one of the things that we've really looked to do, and this goes to the ambassador part of being connected with the Long Beach Police Section, is interacting with the college community. We've done a couple ice cream socials. We've had various details from throughout the department, including, like I mentioned, the scent detection folks, and also some of the people that work in the lab, the forensic folks, to share some of the, how the learning here at the college is connected to what they do. There's a bunch of science there when it comes to doing the forensic part of it, so there's definitely some connection. And so who knows if somebody actually spoke to somebody from our forensics section and they actually are interested now in pursuing something like that. But the idea was just to create that dialogue. We played a little bit of cornhole too. There was a little bit of a competition going on. The event was only supposed to last an hour, and I think we were almost there 2 hours. I know there was an intense game going on, so it was pretty fun. But as far as the other things that we do, we look to engage. We have troops coming in from out of the country. We look to meet up with them and just kind of engage those that use the campus. They were using the campus, I think, on that day because they were parking some family members over there. So we went over to provide a presence, but also to engage those that were coming back from overseas. And those are just some of the things that we're doing to promote that kind of positive interaction with the college community, faculty, staff, and students. As I mentioned before, when it comes to crime prevention, we had some bike thefts down at PCC. When you looked at the bike numbers, or when you looked at the theft numbers, really the difference was these 9 incidents that occurred. That would basically bring it back to the 2017 number. We had quite a few going on at PCC, and so we did some things in order to address it. Obviously, identifying the suspects is one, but there's other ways to address crime. One of the things that we did is we call it basically community policing by environmental design, and what that entails is just making it more difficult to do the crime. You take one part of we have this crime triangle, but basically taking one part away from it. So in this case, these bike racks were near one of the main thoroughfares there, PCH. We moved them to a place that was not ideal for someone who was looking to steal the bike, and so it made it more difficult for them to do that. And another thing that we ended up doing also too is we obviously have our videos that we were doing. We were using the video surveillance system to identify those that were seen taking bikes, and work with our detectives downtown in order to connect those two together. In one case, in one of the burglaries, we did use video to identify the suspect, and he was eventually arrested and charged. And he was connected to some other burglaries outside of the college area too. But the cameras were crucial in that particular burglary investigation. And then, of course, just doing things to create kind of a crime prevention and awareness about what's going on campus, and communicating not only with those that they're attending classes with, because we also get faculty calling us about information too, and then we use that to provide some response or direct it to those that can actually impact it when it comes to making the college a safer place. Like I mentioned, we recently had the training exercise in June, where we actually used this part of the campus. We took over basically 3 buildings here, and we ran numerous police officers and firefighters through a scenario where there were multiple victims. It was done at night, which was another challenge, but it was also one of those things where it changes when you're not operating during the day. So being able to use the campus at night was a huge benefit, advantage. And we did some classroom training actually before each individual scenario, and we used the football briefing room as our classroom. So the Vikings, everyone was looking at the Viking colors as they were preparing to do their scenario, and then they went out to the area where they staged and ended up doing the training. One of the other things we did, the Long Beach Police section, we ended up applying for a grant through the Long Beach Police Foundation, and we were awarded 30 what they call bleeding control kits that will be placed in all our vehicles that can be used in the event, God forbid, in the event of some kind of incident on campus. We are going to have these bleeding kits that were provided by the Long Beach Police Foundation, and they're going to be placed in our Long Beach City College police vehicles. One of the other things too that we did is, when I mentioned some of the things we do with the ice cream socials, is that we've become a really good partner with the marketing and communications department through Dr. Romali and Joshua Castellanos and Stacy Toda. They ended up being great partners with us in promoting some of our interaction with the college community, and as a result of that, they were awarded one of our community awards. And of course, the award presentation occurred on the day of graduation in June, but we also we are looking to Chief Luna is looking to present that award sometime in the future for their help in actually helping promote the police department and interacting with the college community and promoting kind of that positive interaction. So there should be an award coming sometime in the near future. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if there's any questions regarding any of the information.
Madam President.
Thank you, Lieutenant Martinez. I want to apologize to Vice President Drinkwine, because what I should have done is I should have deferred to her to defer to you. So we're going to start all over again, and you have to do your presentation again.
Oh, no.
We're going to do it right. Okay, so what I should have done is going to happen now, and then you can start again, okay? So Vice President Drinkwine, I apologize. I should have handed it off to you to introduce Lieutenant Martinez, and I jumped the gun. I was so excited to see how we're doing with our crime statistics that I got ahead of myself. So do your thing, and then he can do it again.
I think we can
Can I
all
object?
agree that
Can I
Lieutenant
object to doing
Martinez needs no introduction, so I'm sure that was just fine.
Thank you very much. I think Trustee Baxter wanted to comment.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Hi, Lieutenant Martinez. Good to see you.
I see you.
I happen to be program chair of a group, American Association of University Women. And last Saturday, we had a program on Title IX. Now, I happen to focus that program on sports and athletics, but also part of Title IX is sexual harassment. And I found it fascinating that in 3 years, we only had one sexual offense on campus, whereas the data shows nationwide tremendous harassment, sexual harassment, all kinds of, male, female, and male and female. So do you think the reason our statistics are so low is because of your great crime prevention? Or is it perhaps that people are afraid to come forward or they, they just feel that, oh, this happened to me? And I just want your opinion, please.
So I think, in combating the first one and kind of addressing the first one where they're uncomfortable about coming forward or providing information, that's where the ambassador part comes in, where we really look to kind of break down those preconceptions about, contacting somebody from campus police, somebody from law enforcement. And so I think by doing that, and that's where this engagement really comes in, is breaking down those barriers. And that was one of the reasons that, we thought it was important to recognize the communication folks here at the college, because that has been a crucial part. I mean, kind of like a linchpin when it comes to having folks, students, faculty, staff feel comfortable where they can approach us and feel that they're going to be heard when it comes to those situations. The other part to that is my message is I would rather know about something, and so if we know about it, generally what we're going to do is we're going to end up doing an incident report on it, so that it doesn't go unnoticed and forgotten. And so if it's a situation where you've got two students and it's possibly a Title IX where there's some kind of harassing, my thought process behind that is that if we document it, even though it doesn't result in a crime, we work with our partners in student conduct and student affairs. They decide how to use that information to address the student behavior. And so that's where the partnership comes in too, but also too, it looks to recognize it and move to act on it in some way, shape, or form, so that we don't get, something that escalates into something worse or more serious.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible that and maybe this would violate privacy, but that the health services, the college nurses, and the college psychologists could keep track, not necessarily of the people, but if they were told, would that be a better representation? Or am I saying I'm going outside the bounds of what criminal activity is, or what your roles and responsibilities are?
Yeah, so my comment to that is I know that the Long Beach City College District uses a system to organize the information, that kind of student information, when it comes to conduct and that such. And so that, and then of course, some of our teams, like the BIT team, for example, there is a mental health clinician and somebody from DSPS on it also. And as a result of that, those two folks too, there are still HIPAA and FERPA laws that are, that we still have to pay attention to. But that doesn't, that's some of the things that, we are aware of that, but that communication regarding information that comes through, whether it comes from us going to student conduct or student conduct is already aware of it. We've had that discussion about, depending on what kind of information is, should we know about it? And that discussion is always ongoing. Is it something that you need to notify campus police depending on what kind of behavior it is? And what they'll often do is they'll contact us or they'll contact me and we'll have a discussion and basically a consultation to see if it's something that is criminal and if it falls within our area of responsibility or if it's something like Title IX that the college is going to address.
So the college files the Title IX report. Your statistics don't have to do with that.
Yeah, the Title IX information, like it was presented in April, they provided some data on basically misconduct in students, and I would defer to Alicia Kirkwood on that, and
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Martinez. First of all, I want to commend you and your great team on doing such a fantastic job. I have to tell you, I'm a walking, talking advertisement for Long Beach PD. Everywhere I go, this bottle goes with me. I wanted to ask you in particular on the 2019 data and when that is going to be made available. As I understand, these are most recent ones of 2018.
Yeah, so the data is collected throughout the year. So we're in 2019. The police department throughout the year will collect data, they assess it, and like I mentioned before, there's a couple different categories for crime that's given to the FBI, Part 1 and Part 2. But ultimately, what they do is they compile that at the end of the year. There's really a push at the end of the year to get all the information and all the reports in, so they can finalize the crime data. And then what happens then at that point is once it's finalized, it's released to the public, it's put on the website specifically for the college. I have reports that I review that pertain to the college and the areas that the college is connected to, and then that information normally is put out in June. I know that because of some of the stuff going on both in June and July, my presentation was pushed to September. But normally you'll see it in June of 2020.
Okay, so the data would be available for the previous year in June 20, or for 2019 it will be available for...
Yes, for the Unified Crime Code. For the Clary information, you'll see that for 2019 data, you'll see that given to the Department of Ed in October of 2020, October 15th of 2020.
Okay, and then on your page 11, who was the outside agency with the drug charge? Is that the DEA or what's?
No, it's usually a local law enforcement agency. Generally on those warrants, once the arrest is made, the information is, it's not, it's removed from the system. So it takes some legwork to figure out exactly who it is, but I could find out the agency. But generally they're not federal warrants, they're local law enforcement warrants, either from another neighboring agency, some cases from out of the area, but generally locally, whether it's from an agency in Orange County or the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department or the LAPD. It just depends on what agency actually filed the warrant, and then they had a warrant when they were contacted and the arrest was made.
Do we know what kind of drug offense it was?
On
this for the charge?
I could find out the exact offense for you. Like I said, I'd have to go contact that agency, determine the warrant number, and find it.
Okay.
There was a misdemeanor and a felony. So.
I'm sorry?
There was a misdemeanor and a felony, I believe, an arrest.
This is, I'm referring to the felony arrest.
Yes.
Yeah. That one, I was just wondering on, and then on page 13, where, I think it was page 13. I'm sorry, page 13. Yeah,
Incidents?
page other reported incidents.
Mhm.
So a couple years ago, we had a swastika show up in our bathrooms, and what would that be considered as? Is it vandalism or is it hate crime material?
so-
How does that get reported?
That'll get reported. It depends on if there was a vandalism charge to it. So it could be connected to a vandalism, depending on what information was written. It could be filed as an incident report. So anything that would be considered a hate crime, all that information is in it. Basically, the department looks at all those reports and then assesses them and then puts out so you can basically run a report for hate crime. And if that gets investigated as a hate crime and it's determined to be a hate crime, then it would end up in our statistical information as a hate crime.
Where is that categorized as, or what is that?
Well, usually the hate crimes
Distinguished
are
as?
associated with another crime. So if you have a robbery, but there's a hate enhancement to it, you would get a hate crime for it. Like if, for example, somebody was robbed, but then there was some information during the robbery that indicated it was a hate crime by what was said or done, then it could be considered a hate crime.
And we monitor that, and we monitor it, correct?
Yes. So that information on obviously serious crimes for hate, and then if it's a situation that would meet the criteria for a hate crime, and we have criteria that we use and that the department used to determine if it's considered falls into that hate crime category and can be reported as a hate crime statistic.
And do we report that to agencies? Like I've heard that, I don't know if this is a requirement or not, but that it gets reported to FBI. Are those statistics reported to other agencies?
Well, in the Uniform Crime Code, there are, I have to go through the list for both, but there are crimes. There's basically part 1 and part 2. And usually, like I said, the enhancement part of it. So if it would be a robbery would be part 1, and then you would get the hate crime enhancement. But as far as, the hate crime itself being reported by itself, no, it wouldn't be. It would be usually attached to a crime. And if that crime is something that we would report to the FBI, then yes, it would be included in that reporting process.
Okay, I'd be curious to get that information at some point. And I also wanted to commend you. I recently met with the faculty, and they were very pleased with your performance and your team's performance, and safeguarding our faculty and our staff, and of course, Superintendent President Dr. Ramali's leadership on that front. So I wanted to give you kudos for really upping the ante in making sure there's great engagement and teamwork and cooperation across the board. So thank you.
Okay. Student trustee?
So I guess I want to start off by saying I'd like to report a theft. Do you guys have jurisdiction in West Lafayette, Indiana, by any chance?
In Indiana?
Yeah. No.
No, we can make a call. And
No, I
take
was actually
criticism.
out there representing as well, just like our trustee Zia, rocking my Long Beach City College or LBPD water bottle, and happened to misplace it out there, unfortunately. But wanted to thank you first and foremost for the tremendous work you guys have been doing in the community here, and for engaging with our students in the way that you guys have. And I think that's really great for kind of really building the relationship between law enforcement and our communities, as we see so much fracturing in so many parts of Los Angeles County. This is really great work. Also wanted to also thank you for getting back with the information regarding my question from the last report. I did have a really quick question. So I know that it says on slide 15 that Long Beach PD started collecting data in accordance with AB 953, January 1st, 2019. Is there a reason why there's like a 4-year delay in collecting the information, or?
I believe the law was passed in 2015, and so there was some time built into the law so that law enforcement agencies could prepare to collect the data. Agencies collect the data in different ways. We don't necessarily collect the data the same way as another neighboring agency might. The law is specific about what data is to be collected, but that doesn't keep an agency from collecting additional data in addition to what's required by the law. That was made in 2015. So, as for us, for the Long Beach Police Department, we're a large agency, and as a large agency, there's a lot of moving parts, and it takes a while to kind of get those processes moving and to organize, how that information is going to be collected. What's the process going to be done for it? Like I recently went to a training class, and some agencies actually write that information down on a card. Some of them put it into a tablet. Some actually have phones that they type it into. So it depends on the agency in how they collect it. And then obviously every agency can collect more than what is required by law. So all that takes some time to, kind of get the engine warmed up and moving before the actual collection occurs.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I noticed that at the bottom of a couple of the slides, it mentions reported incidents when you guys talk about, let's see, here on slides 8, 7, and 6. Do these include any off-campus incidents that may have been reported to Long Beach Police because maybe a person involved would have been a student?
It depends on how the incident occurs, but generally those incidents all occurred on either campus property or property right next to, off-campus property, but right within the same reporting district. Both the campuses, for statistical reporting purposes, have 2 reporting districts, and information that is collected is dropped into those reporting districts depending on how it's reported. So if you had an incident off campus that involved students, it wouldn't be included because the incident did not occur on campus property.
Okay, so my water bottle in Indiana wouldn't be included in?
No. Yeah, so if somebody were to go look for that information, they would have to go to that agency, state, and whatever, municipality to get it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Lieutenant Martinez, thanks so much for the presentation today. I know this is always a topic that we're interested in, and the campus community is interested in seeing how we're doing in the different apparatus. And I know there's a formal program out there called Coffee with a Cop, but I appreciate our one-on-one program of Coffee with a Cop. We can get a chance to get together. I had a few questions for you. How many LBPD officers do we have versus the SSO security officers? Is the picture representative of everybody, or is it a mixed bag?
On these pictures that are up here, yeah, so it's a little bit of everybody. Depending on the event, not everybody works at every event. So, this photo included some from 2 different watches, the day watch and the afternoon watch. But we also have basically a graveyard watch, a watch 1, which is through the night. We have 4 sworn police officers, and then we have on top of the 4, we have 12. Well, we have a SSO supervisor, 17 total. So we've got the 4, and then the 13 plus one of the 13 is a SSO, Special Service Officer Supervisor. SSO 4 is what they call it.
And I know you've come in a helicopter before on campus. Was that to deliver ice cream? When ice cream socials?
So we did have a helicopter land in the quad. The plan was to have the helicopter land again in May. But there was an incident that occurred at PCC, and so we thought it prudent not to have the helicopter land after that kind of event. So we canceled the helicopter, and we added some additional folks to the ice cream social, which included the forensic people from our department to share some of their knowledge and insight about how they collect evidence and process it. Cool. But we do have that on our list. It may be in the fall. We'll see.
Okay. And then what kind of vehicles do you guys use? Do you use city vehicles? Is it campus vehicles? Is it motorcycles like in the picture? How are we providing mobility access?
So there are police vehicles. The newer vehicles are the Ford SUV Explorer. They call the Interceptor, but it's basically a Ford Explorer. We have 2 of those for the police officers, and then we have 2 of those for the SSOs. We also have 2 Crown Victoria police vehicles, which are the older police vehicles, but those are also for the officers. They provide me with a vehicle. And then also officers are, if interested, can attend bike training and can use the bike to interact with the campus community. The bike is an excellent way to kind of promote and break down those barriers, promote that positive interaction. And also, too, they get to wear a different uniform when they ride the bike. So if an incentive is to get out there and get a little exercise, you can also wear a uniform that isn't made of wool, and you're a little bit more comfortable, and you're a lot more approachable when you're on the bike. So they have that option too. They can walk. Walking, obviously, something that I encourage to around campus and through the hallways, and interacting with, faculty and staff and students as part of their daily, routine.
And then if I was a concerned faculty or staff member, what's the right process to call for help? If I'm in a classroom, should I call 911? Is there a non-emergency number for the campus? What's the right process?
So the way the communication process works to go to the police department is there is a police non-emergency number. Obviously, if it's an emergency, it's 911. And if you're not sure if it's an emergency, but you think it could be, 911. There's a non-emergency number, which is 435-6711. If you can't remember that, then you can dial 4910 from an extension inside the campus communications system, and you will also get the police department. Great. Communication center. Well,
And then what do we do with our campus sororities and fraternities? Do we do training to them to say, hey, this is not the 13th grade, we're all adults here? How do we work with our student groups on campus?
So generally how that works is that would fall on student service or student affairs. And they would, I know Alicia Kirkwood is definitely involved in interacting with programs for various sexual assault training, identity training, that sort of thing, and including, if there was an interest in providing that training from some of the sororities or fraternities, then she would, I don't want to speak for her, but generally what will happen is she would probably take the lead, and then if she wanted us to participate in that, she would reach out to us and we would discuss how we could assist in providing information to those groups on campus.
And then the last question, I know usually it's the theft and the vehicle break-ins are kind of our highest number of issues. Do we have a camera system in the parking structures? Or I saw the bicycle, like you're on camera at the bicycle rack.
Yes.
Do we also have that around the cars, and is that anything changed, or how's that going?
There are hundreds of cameras. My understanding is I don't want to provide all that information out, but there are hundreds of cameras throughout campus. And so it's, the reality is it doesn't cover every square inch of every possible, corner and nook and cranny on both campus properties. But it is definitely a huge force multiplier when it comes to identifying people. They were used. We ended up in the recent with the recent Bernie Sanders rally. The police department, in conducting that operation, used the Long Beach City College cameras as a force multiplier to maintaining a safe environment and event during that operation. And it was a huge situational awareness tool. And so that same process is used throughout the campus. Specifically where they are, it would be, that would be a discussion about what parts of every facility do they cover. And we can do that. I've actually had questions on that. And they can tell me, where the cameras are and what direction they point, that sort of thing.
I'm a former mall cop, so I used to watch on the cameras when people steal from Macy's.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, no, me too.
Yeah, so.
Loss prevention.
Loss prevention. Yeah, thank you so much.
Anybody else? I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, thank you. You did an outstanding job. I love seeing all the engagement from our police officers on campus with students. It really makes all the difference for creating a very safe atmosphere and a culture where students feel like they could come to trust the police officers here to protect and serve. Couple of questions. I'm looking at this photo and I appreciate the diversity in the officers that we have on campus. What languages, foreign languages, are spoken by any of these officers, if any?
I think Cambodian, but that would be the only that I'm aware of. No Spanish, no...
Mandarin. We have Mandarin.
Oh, Mandarin, yes. Mandarin and Cambodian.
Vietnamese.
Oh, and Vietnamese.
Very good, very good. Do you happen to know if the officers have had an opportunity to interact with students using a native tongue?
My direction would be to interact. How they interact would be entirely up to them as far as how they promote the positive image. I am completely 100% open to however they want to do that. I don't really micromanage that part of it. In fact, when it comes to the social media aspect of it, the rule for the social media is that if you're going to post something, and you're unsure about it, have two people look at it, and if they think that it's good, then, so I try to empower them to go out and initiate those conversations without putting too many restraints on them, so they wouldn't want to do it, or they feel like they're going to hesitate before. And so speaking in their native tongue to somebody on campus, I'm 100% behind it is if it's looking to promote, that positive image of the police department and creating that positive perception that, we're looking to achieve.
Okay, very good. One more question. What is the boundary of the jurisdiction for the officers who serve on campus? Is it strictly limited to the campus, or is it across the street, or how far out is that jurisdiction? Because, LBPD is, throughout the city, but as far as the officers on our campus?
Oh, as far as where they would patrol?
Yes, or if an incident were to occur.
So generally, the rule is that they would need to be on campus grounds, which, generally goes to that street. They're not really looking to go out into the street, but they could easily, depending on the nature of the event, like there was an accident right here at Lou Davis and Clark, and we're right here, an officer could easily respond to that until a beat unit, depending on where it fell, if it was inside the confines of the college property or just outside, they could respond to that until the nearby beat unit was able to respond and start to work through the accident. But generally, the direction is to be available for calls for service on both campuses from the college community. They have obviously got to eat lunch, so they may go get something to eat lunch, but generally, they're not going to respond to calls in any other part of the city. The only exception to that would be is if there was an emergency that required them to leave, but generally, because we're a contract, the officers, don't leave. They'll pull resources from other parts of the city before they start looking to tap into contract resources.
So it was kind of a twofold question. One, say we've got the homes that are right across the street on Faculty or across the street on Clark. If a resident, non-LBCC student got into a situation where they needed something and one of our officers was available, is that something that logically would make sense for an officer that's assigned to patrol the campus, help out one of the residents across the street? And then the other, on the flip side, is a few years ago, I had a student walking south on Clark across the street to his car, and he was looking down at his cell phone, and it was at night, and somebody came up behind him and snatched the cell phone from him and took off on foot. So that had happened across the street from campus, and when I found out about it, it was already a couple of weeks later, but I had advised him to contact police and file a report, and he said he didn't because it happened on Clark. It didn't happen on campus, but I'm pretty sure he should have. So in terms of the residences across the street and in terms of our students being across the street?
So the answer to your first question would be, generally that's going to be handled by the area beat unit. Now the exception to that would be, it just depends on the nature of the call. If the call was something that was not serious, we have different ways to prioritize calls, but generally if it's not serious, doesn't require immediate police response, it's going to be, they'll either do one of two things. Did you call the police, or could you call the police? Or I'll go ahead and on the radio I can say there's a person out here requesting assistance regarding a dispute with a neighbor. And then they would air that information, the communication center would enter that into the computer for a call, and the next available beat unit would respond to that and handle it. And they would come back and handle calls for service. The other would be, I would say, if they had an incident like that occurred off campus, regardless of whether it being something that would be part of our crime numbers, they should report that because that's still their property and a crime still occurred. And, as a result of them reporting it, they may even, it doesn't always happen, but sometimes, they might get their property back. They may end up reporting it, and the evidence, the loss may end up getting recovered at some future point, and they may get it back. And filing the report is the first part of that.
Okay.
Getting it back.
Thank you. And just in closing, once again, thank you. I remember, I think it was Valentine's Day last year when the helicopter landed on the LAC campus, and that was really neat. It was a great way to spend Valentine's Day. And I do support the decision to cancel the helicopter landing at PCC in light of, the just not too long before that, the false alarm with the situation that happened there. So I think that was very prudent and it was a wise decision. But I do look forward to having a helicopter land at PCC. So we do have to get that back on the calendar. That rain check, we have to make good on that. Thank you for your work, and please thank the rest of your team.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, so we are going to move on to 5.2. And this time I'm going to do it right. I will defer to Vice President Jean Duran for Human Resources, who will then defer to Kristen Olson and the rest of her team. And I believe that is our last presentation for the evening.
Thank you,
Is
Board
there another
President.
we do have one more, huh?
I'm happy to introduce two individuals who I'm quite grateful to have on my team. That's Associate Vice President Kristen Olson and our Executive Director of Classified Personnel, Carolyn Chrétien-Shook, who will present to you for year 18-19, our annual faculty and staff diversity report.
Thank you, Vice President Duran. Good evening, board members, superintendent, vice presidents, and audience members. My name is Kristen Olson. I'm the Associate Vice President of HR, and if it pleases the board, I'd like to call your attention to the annual faculty and diversity report. In looking at slide 1, select inclusion and diversity enhancement initiatives, this slide outlines some of the strategies that were implemented within the 18-19 fiscal year, which I'll now review. Retention and cultural impact. As we know, efforts at diversity do not stop upon selection. Precise recruitment and selection techniques are critical for this initiative and purpose. The next step then becomes retention efforts and cultural impact. Toward this end, we implemented the following during the 18-19 year. The Awareness and Inclusivity Series, which includes topics such as implicit bias and stereotypes, gendered language, and cultural sensitivity. The Safe Zone training with topics including LGBTQ+ identity, development, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, inclusive language, and improving equity and inclusion on campus. Webpage enhancements. This includes creating contact information and resource information for individuals with disabilities and also LGBTQ+ concerns. Inclusivity initiatives and improvements. Created and communicated a process for the use of interpreter services, video captioning, and requests for accommodations for the college-sponsored events. I guess I was supposed to hit the slide. I didn't know that. Outreach impact, recruitment and selection efforts. The conviction question has been eliminated within our application process. This is a barrier to consideration with possible racial implications. The board will be pleased to know that we did this ahead of the community college system as a whole in the state of California, so this is something to make note of and be very proud of. The initiative statewide happened after we did it here. Improve your marketability. We held 2 events this last year. February 2nd, 2019, we had an event for faculty to learn about the application process. On April 27, 2019, we had an event for classified applicants. We reached out and partnered with the following groups: NAACP, United Cambodian Community, the EDD Office, Centro Cha Filipino Migrant Center, and the Women's Shelter of Long Beach. Job fairs. We participated in job fairs for both academic and classified positions. We participated in community college registry for faculty positions, and this occurred on January 26, 2019. A classified job fair was held on September 11, 2018. We established visually appealing high-impact job postings. We pared down only to the most important information. We started using impactful language and the use of photos. We streamlined the recruitment process. We're in the process of eliminating job application information and only using resume information for management positions. We're piloting that with management positions now, and we may use it with other positions as well. Elimination of official transcripts of overuse of supplemental application questions, as these are often barriers for consideration. And the outcome of these initiatives are more efficient and responsive, more branded, and more professionalized outreach efforts. The next slide. Within this slide specifically, I'd like to call your attention to column 18-19. Overall, the percent of diverse hiring was at 71%, which is trending upward from 2015-16, and it's a 13% increase from last year, and it's increased from 42% in 15-16. Why do we see this increase? We continue to use the strategies that we've reported on in previous years, in addition to the new strategies reported on in this year, and we'll continue to develop new strategies and refine our processes. Full-time faculty and ethnic diversity. Again, the diversity of full-time faculty increased from the previous year from 17-18 to 18-19. Importantly, a central premise of this longitudinal time analysis is that from 2012-13 onward, diversity in hiring at LBCC over time is trending upward. The overall diversity increased from last year at 50%, which is also the highest number we have ever achieved here. In the slide within current part-time faculty, like the diversity for full-time faculty, the overall diversity of part-time faculty has increased and trended upward over time. Here again, we've achieved our highest rate of diversity in hiring at 43%. And now I'd like to turn this over to my colleague.
Thank you, Kristen. Good evening, board members. Dr. O'Malley, Vice President and member of the public. We have 40 more slides to go. Just kidding, just 4. Just 4. It will go quick. So I'm happy to, we need to laugh, right? So regarding the management recruitments, you'll see that the data includes both academic and classified. From 2017-18 to last year, we increased our total diverse hires by 14%, from 60% to 74%. And 74% is actually the highest number we have achieved so far. So I'm happy to report that. This increase speaks directly to the initiatives and strategies Kristen Olson reviewed with you previously. And now going to the next slide, when it comes to the demographics of management, it increased by 3%, so we continue to move in the right direction. Now, about classified recruitments, we have increased our numbers in the past 3 years by about 16%. And this year, the total diverse hires was at 72%, which is also the highest number we have achieved so far. Going to the last slide. Since 2014, we increased the diverse hiring by 7% over time. So specifically, the last year, the total ethnic diversity was at 65%, which is the highest number we have achieved so far as well. Thank you for your time.
Anybody want to comment on their? I would like to thank you for your time and the relative brevity of your presentation. You managed to cover all the important points and still do a really good job, as you always do. So I know that we've talked about limiting presentations. I don't want to do that, but I really do appreciate the efficiency of what you presented. Also, I just want to reiterate a point that I've made before in thanking you. I know, Kirsten, you've done this before. I appreciate how much you've expanded the data that you present to include other ethnic groups. And I really like the breakdown in terms of applicants and the positions for which they're applying the classification. So that's very helpful. So thank you very much. The only other thing that it occurred to me, and I know that it doesn't have anything to do with ethnic diversity, so I'm not really sure where it would fall, but is there a way that we can track or present, perhaps next year, implement an age demographic to see the age criteria of applicants? I don't know that it would make too much of a difference, but I'm really curious, and the reason is because I know that we have a lot of baby boomers who are aging out of the workforce, and I've strolled the campus and I've seen students of various ages, and I know that we do have people joining our staff. Just looking at the poster that was sent out of new hires, I was really impressed with the diversity that was reflected in age. So if maybe we could implement that into next year's report, another line item. And I'm sure it'll only add about 10 seconds to your presentation. So, all right, thank you very much. Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, I
Just one question, please.
No questions, just statements. I just want to say thank you so much. I've been involved in hiring and diversity recruiting for over a decade, and you hear the empty statements of we can't find good candidates of that demographic or this demographic. If we do this, then so many people will get laid off, and it's not a zero-sum game. You can have diversity and you can have inclusion, and there's a place for everybody. And it's great to see some of the strategies and tactics that I know we've talked about over the last 3 or 4 years get implemented and see the results continue to improve. It's not the end of the world. There's a place for everybody. And we're starting to look like our student body. We're starting to look like the service area of Long Beach, Lakewood, Signal Hill, Catalina. And it's needed. I think it builds trust in our institution that when you come on campus, you're seeing people who look like you, who are the same age as you, that there's women and men, and it's a wide variety of representation. And hiring is a big part of that. And then retaining the folks after we do hire them, that they make it through probation and they get tenure and they get promoted, and then we do the cycle again. So just want to say thank you again, and I know this has been an ongoing work that you guys have both been doing a great job, so thank you.
Thank you. And just, I don't know, did anybody else want to add? Just one other thing, too, and I do think that this was reported before. Maybe Vice President Duran, maybe you, didn't we have a presentation before that talked about the level of education that some of the applicants had? Didn't we have something? I recall seeing, and maybe it wasn't for the purpose of the staff diversity, but I think that there was somewhere I remember reading what percentage had advanced degrees or doctoral degrees, but I can't remember in what context that was presented.
So I don't recall presenting that to the board in the last 3 years. It is certainly, if you're interested in that information, we can take a look. It would be most applicable towards faculty, of course, because of the MQs that we track. In addition, academic administrators. For classified, though, we just need to be mindful that the great thing about classified service is that there can be a substitution of experience for education, so it would be a little less relevant in that area.
The equivalency.
It's not exactly equivalent, but yes. But we can certainly take a look and see what we might be able to come up that would be meaningful for the board to see, and I'll work with Dr. Romali on that to see what information we may be able to get you on that.
Sure, thank you. And just lastly, at not this year's job fair, but at a previous job fair, I met an applicant, and she'd already retired from her career. I think she had worked for the county for a good 20 years, and she was looking for part-time work, and she was actually my friend's mom. And she mentioned to me, she said, I saw some stuff that I'm interested in online. It's all full-time. I can't do full-time. I want part-time. She goes, but anyway, the college wouldn't hire me because I'm too old. And I just remember thinking, like, you're not too old, still apply. The only problem is that you don't want a full-time job, but it's not because of your age. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we get the message out that we are very diverse in our hiring practice, and age is just a number. So, okay, thank you, really appreciate that. Anybody else? All right, great. We are going to move on to section 6 of our agenda, which goes into our consent agenda items. Section 6.1, does anybody want to pull an item off the consent agenda?
No, but I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, before you make that motion, let me just, for the public, let you know that item 6.11 does have a minor typo in there with the date, and that will be corrected on the agenda as it is reposted. So it's just got the date, an extra digit on the date. Other than that, I will entertain that motion, Trustee Otto.
To approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent items, which will be 6.3 through 6.13. Any discussion on that? Student trustee, your vote?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Excuse me, who made the second?
I did.
Oh, thank you.
Trustee Zia? All right, so we are going to move on to section 7 of our agenda, and we're going into academic affairs. So item 7.1, This is new board policy and administrative regulations 4030, the academic calendar. And it doesn't say the year. Let's see, is this the academic calendar for 2020?
It's a board policy, it's not a calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It is board policy. I skipped right through that. This is an action item, so I will entertain a motion to approve the new board policy 4030.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is a question, I guess, for Dr. Romali. This is a new policy that's kind of on our review that we previously didn't have, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, Trustee Zia?
I know as administrative regulations are typically not something we approve, but I'd like to ask that we consider in the holidays listed, the high holy holidays, the Jewish high holy holidays as well.
Any additional discussion?
I have a question. On that point, what is in the AR? What, is it just the federal holidays, or is it, what's listed in there? Because
Just says
I know we
includes.
don't get to, as the board, make the AR, but we do approve the AR.
It's in the docket. It says holidays include New Year's Eve, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Lincoln Day, Washington Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, other holidays, including 5 Board of Trustees declared holidays. So that's what I'm referring to.
You could, in the administrative regulation, there is letter K that Trustee Zia just referred to, other holidays, including 5 Board of Trustees declared holidays.
Could we amend it, or?
Trustee Otto?
Excuse me. I think usually we don't, but we might want to spell it out and include it in there if we can get specific dates.
We don't necessarily, my input isn't necessarily to go, because there's quite a bit of Jewish holidays, but I just want staff and our team to keep that in consideration when we're putting the calendar together or district events. And I think item K should capture it, but just like to crystallize that for the team and also colleagues.
Many fewer high holy days, right? Whatever.
I'm sorry, Trustee Otto, were you asking a question of?
No, what I said was many fewer high holy days, so we might be able to spell those out.
That would be great.
Okay, Trustee Zia, would you like to make an amendment to the motion to approve the calendar? I'm
Sure.
sorry, the administrative regulation?
Yes, to include the Jewish high holy holidays.
Second.
All right, so the original motion was made by Trustee Zia and seconded by Trustee Baxter. Trustee Zia would like to amend her motion.
She can amend it without any other.
That's right.
Input as a maker.
So you're just amending it without approval. Do you have that, Madam Secretary?
Yeah.
The language?
Jewish high holy holidays. Yeah, Jewish high holy holidays.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're moving on to item 7.2, the nursing program update. I will defer this to Vice President Scott. I know that this is an information item. This has been ongoing for some time. We have had several meetings and updates. So I think for the benefit of the public, Vice President Scott will give us a brief update of the situation that's happening.
Sure,
Go right ahead.
absolutely. Thank you, President Malauulu. We have in our audience tonight Sigrid Sexton, who's the department head for the RN program, as well as Rhonda Algier, who's the department head for the VN program, and also Dr. Paul Creason, who is serving as the dean right now. They're all here. They've been here to answer any questions that you have. I'll keep this relatively short, but I think you're aware that we've had some challenges in regards to clinical placements as a result of a couple of factors. One is the increase in the hospitals hiring only four-year bachelor's students, and also it's really the increase in the privates and some of the private nursing programs that are also looking for those clinical sites for their students. So those are the two major issues that are affecting our program. And it's affecting the RN program in the hospitals, but then there's a ripple effect down to the VN program. So both programs currently are looking at a challenge they have for the spring semester, which could mean that we would have to lower the number of students entering the cohorts for nursing, for RN and VN. We are hoping that that will not come to pass, but we also are very cognizant of the fact that if we accept students into the program, we are required to be able to provide them clinical sites. That is a Board of Registered Nursing requirement. They're our regulatory body, and in good conscience, we have to be able to get our students through. So that's the situation. About 70% of our RN students are at either Memorial or Miller's Women's Center. We have been working with them, and in fact, we had a call with them earlier today with Memorial that Dr. Mamali led. We are trying to get them to reconsider, but they have currently created a plan for phasing us out of Memorial, even though we've been at Memorial for about 50 years. So we understand their pressures. They're trying to ensure that they have a program that meets their needs for four-year students, but we also have our own needs with our program. And we feel very strongly that our program provides exceptional training to nursing students, and our students come from the community, and they stay in the community, and they work in the community. And that's a very important factor, and I think it's not as true for all the other programs. And then in the VN program, we're looking at Healthcare Partners, the Children's Clinic, and Regency Oaks Acute Care Centers. And so we're struggling with clinical sites in all of those areas, and that's the situation. We realize that we have work to do in regards to reaching out to other sites. The nursing faculty have become very involved in this. They met at a very big meeting on Monday. Everyone is out there trying to get additional sites for our students. We also know that we have to ensure that our curriculum is moving towards a transfer program. Riverside Community College created a pilot this year, which is a collaborative program where students are co-enrolled at both a CSU and a CC, and we're going to be moving towards that. Our curriculum committee is aware and will work with the nursing program, as well as our academic affairs department will work with them also. The Board of Registered Nursing is trying to be flexible with us, but they've had their own pressures from the privates lately, and that's another issue. But those are what we're trying to do. We believe that legislative advocacy is probably needed. Working with the league is needed. And high-level discussions. Dr. Romali is going to work with us and contact some of the other CEOs, as we did today with Memorial, and find out what we can do to remain in some of these sites. So that's the situation. We are hoping not to have to decrease our enrollments in these programs because we understand how critical they are for our students. About a third of the students in our RN program are veterans. Our students are low income. These programs change lives for our students. Our nursing program costs about $5,500 as opposed to the privates, which cost between $130,000 and $160,000. So our students are not incurring the kind of debt that other schools those students are incurring. and that is the situation. But the three of them are here tonight. I hope that I represented it well for you, because I understand how worried they are. But they're here and they're happy to answer any questions. And Dr. Romali may want to add information.
Yeah, to give you a sense of the scale of this, the nursing courses generate around 492 FTEs. I have over 1,900 FTEs feeding into that program in all of our science, healthcare, and math programs. That equates to approximately $9 million of revenue to this institution, to give you a sense of the scale of what we're dealing with. Over 70% of those students are of color and on financial aid. So this is a dramatic equity and social justice issue as well. We spoke with CEO John Bishop today. We also, Jeff Wood and I, had an extremely productive conversation after that with another very powerful local CEO that we have to keep confidential at this point, that we hope to be able to bring with you very soon, who we're hoping can be very helpful to us. He was very, very pro-LBCC and willing to help us, and we are going to continue those lobbying efforts so that our legislatures can understand what we're talking about here in terms of impact.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scott and Dr. Romali, and for the nursing leadership that's here and that's remained this late. We have been keeping a close eye on this, and I feel that it's important. I know Dr. Scott was being very humble, but I think it's important to understand that this is a situation that the current college leadership inherited, and this is a situation that, while it sounds really bad right now, which it is, definitely it is bad, it has the potential of actually being really good if we can fix it and if we can address the issues and build the partnerships and transform it into something that can go into a partnership with one of our Cal State schools, into a 4-year program. So there is work to be done, and it will probably, just keeping it real, it will probably get worse before it gets better. But with the right people on board and with the right vision, we'll go through a few bumps. And rather than sound discouraging, just remember that we went through the same thing with the trades. So when we did cut some of the trade programs, it got worse before it got better. There were bumps in the road, and now look, the trades are back and they're better. So I believe that the same future awaits the nursing program. It's just going to take a little bit of resilience to get through and a little vision. So thank you, because I know that you kind of had this dropped in your lap in the last few months, and you've been working very diligently to try to resolve it and mitigate some of the problems. So I appreciate that. And Dr. Romali and the nursing team, thank you very much. Trustee Otto? Trustee Baxter?
Excuse me. Yeah, it is a very serious problem. Part of it is because of changes in insurance, and they're having trouble insuring AA degree nurses. It's my understanding it's one of the factors, and so a lot of institutions are going the way that they need to go, which is to go to BS nurses. It has no reflection at all on the quality of our staff. In fact, I have never met anybody that doesn't sing the praises of Long Beach City College RNs who come to work in their institutions. And like Kathy said, they're local, they stay local, they're dedicated, they're not out trying to find a job that will pay just a little bit more money. But it's something that we have to stay on top of. I understand we're trying to work with coterminous terminal programs that main partnerships that will keep us in the game. And I'm not sure what the exact solution is, but I don't think anybody's at fault, with the possible exception of the astronomical advertising budgets of the for-profits. But it's very important to Long Beach City College, not just financially, but just because of who we are, where we are. So.
Sorry, Trustee Untuck, you had your hand up first, and I jumped right over. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you for the update. I just wanted to express frustration with this situation. I met with some of the nurses at Memorial Hospital who are Long Beach City College alumni who went through the AA program, and how upset they are with their employer, that they feel, betrayed. This is an example of community strip mining, that we can privatize and change the rules. They were saying it wasn't necessarily for an insurance reason, but so you can get an accreditation and a promotional opportunity for the hospital. And it's really disappointing that marketing is taking a priority over students, and that I think we're in a constant fight against these predatory private institutions who want to take students who are looking for opportunity, load them up with debt, and they may or may not actually get a better educational or employment outcome. And it's, you got the Corinthian College example that they go bankrupt, students are loaded up with student loans, those classes are not transferable, they've spent their time, studying, maybe it's 2 or 4 years, and then they're at a place in their life that it didn't work. It's a broken promise. And I'm really think it's a time for all hands on deck effort, that working with our legislators, working as a board, community members, that, if you're, we love, you got to have medical services. My children were born at Long Beach Memorial, but it's, you have an obligation to the community that you can't put marketing over students' futures and this, the alternative is a private $150,000 bachelor in nursing degree, which we should not be forcing our young people to do. And this is why we have the student debt crisis in America, that students cannot buy homes, they delay starting families, they can't live where they want to live. Sometimes they still live with their parents longer, and so it's a downward cycle that is happening right before our eyes in our own community. And I think, I know that we have great people in the community that will come together and can help solve this problem, but it's really frustrating and disappointed to see it continue to go this way, and thankful for the staff and faculty who are here. And I guess I had one question. Didn't we just spend money to make more nursing facilities, to debottleneck the wait list so that we can get more students through the door?
Yes, we did to the A&P labs and have hired faculty due to the high demand to that, yes.
And how long is our wait list right now? Is it 18 months or a year?
Right.
No. Oh, to get eligible, to get accepted. Okay. Okay. Great. And just for folks who are watching online, didn't hear, said they took folks from various GPAs and really have an equity-minded, making sure that everybody has an opportunity who wants to and is meeting the minimum qualifications. So thank you for that, Dean Creason.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that obviously I give my wholehearted support to the effort to find a solution, and that perhaps we need to look outside the box. We need to look at other alternatives in addition to what we're doing, just because the nursing program is so important and it means a great deal to our community. And so I just want to say I'm 100% behind this, and whatever I can do to influence, I'm happy to do it.
Yes, thank you. Since I've gotten on this board, this has been a big a priority for me. Our nursing program is one of the capstone programs that we have here. And I want to really commend Trustee Baxter, because she's the one who championed really paying attention to this issue. Years ago, that was not being really looked at. Unfortunately, we are where we're at now, and I would like to echo her sentiment of thinking outside the box, and I want to thank and commend staff for really going above and beyond. One of the issues that was brought recently by our senator to my attention is how a lot of these folks, a lot of the private institutions are going after veteran students and profiting off of them. So I could see a direct correlation here with the private institutions trying to really profit, and really we're getting the short end of the stick because we don't have their marketing dollars. We don't have their armature that typically is reserved for high-paid lobbyists and the leverage that they have. So I too want to offer my support. Anything I could do to help. Our nursing students deserve the best, and they deserve the career placement that is truly apropos and congruent with their skill set. In fact, in the recent years with Community Hospital, I mean, most of the nurses that I talked to were alums. They're taking care of the poor, and they're people who live in Long Beach, and we need to take care of them so we don't have this massive brain drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, just before we close out the discussion on the nursing program, I just want to acknowledge Dr. O'Malley saying two things about this problem, which I really think went a little below radar. You mentioned that this was an equity issue and a social justice issue, and I think that we do need to capitalize on that. The fact that 70% are students or students of color and on financial aid, I think that that needs to be highlighted, especially to our community partners and the hiring parties. So I don't want your observations to just kind of slip through. I want to make sure, Dr. Scott, that in moving forward, we do stress the fact that this is a huge social justice issue for our students, and this is a community college, so it's definitely doing a disservice to the community if those two factors are ignored. So hopefully, I know you have a big job ahead of you, but I'm confident that it will all work out, so thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 7.3, another information item regarding the North Long Beach expansion. Vice President Drinkwine, or Dr. Scott? Thank you.
Thank you again, President Malauulu. For the past several months, Academic Affairs has been working collaboratively with business services to provide educational opportunities for citizens in the North Long Beach area. Last week, the Long Beach City Manager's Office identified a possible space for the college. It is across the street from the Michelle Obama Library. And we are in the process of convening a work group to evaluate the space, to see what needs to be done for us to use it. It will need, we believe it will need building modifications. We need to see whether we can put walls in it to create classrooms. We don't know about the maintenance and cleaning resources and bathroom facilities and things like that. So we'll have to look into all that. But our plan and our idea is really to be able to offer some courses to the citizens in that area. And they have expressed interest, particularly through our outreach efforts, for computer classes. So we would like to be able to offer some non-credit computer classes there. We also think that financial literacy would be popular, and we were looking at possibly offering our new security guard training, which has not been approved by the State Chancellor's Office, but we're expecting that it will be, and possibly some things like the culinary safe serve class. Additionally, we are hoping that the LBCC Small Business Development Center could offer some classes in topics such as starting a small business, establishing credit, improving your credit score, things like that. So we only learned about this possible opportunity last week. We have a lot of work to do, but that is our plan, and we hope, whether it's this building or some other site, to be able to increase our presence in that area.
Good deal. Thank you very much. And also thank you for, I know the city is contributing a lot to this, so if you could just extend our gratitude on behalf of the board too, because I know that it's a joint effort.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody on that comment? Yes, Trustee Zia?
I just had a question on what the timeline is on when we're going to, when it's going to come to fruition, and then also what's the fiscal impact?
For this particular site, They were looking at giving us a 2-year lease, I believe free of charge. I'll defer the other question to Vice President Drinkwine.
The lease and a subsequent MOU with the city need to be finalized. The timing of occupation of this building or another building depends a lot on what that initial site walk tells us. It's going to tell us what kind of modifications the building's going to require for us to be able to occupy it. The more extensive, obviously, those modifications are, the longer until we can occupy it. But this is a priority for us, and we'll be moving as quickly as possible. We had shared in previous board meetings an overview of our previous conversations with the city of Long Beach. And in those conversations, we had reached an agreement if they were able to provide us with space free of charge, we would be able to staff the space because we would be able to dedicate resources that then pay us back. We would initially likely have a negative cash outflow for this exercise because we would need to provide staffing. And the idea here is to have community outreach. So in addition to the educational opportunities Dr. Scott shared with you, this is an opportunity for us to reach the community directly and do some enrollment. But luckily, we do have dedicated pots of resources from restricted funds that will help support this. So my goal is to minimize the impact to our unrestricted general fund while leveraging those categorical resources. Meaning that if we're talking about adult education, we will use adult education funds to help staff. If we're talking about small business development center activities, then we're going to be using small business development center revenues. That will not likely be able to be used for everything. A good example is custodial services, but we will, our goal again is to minimize the impact on the unrestricted general fund. And this is also one of those opportunities that we're pursuing to help increase our overall FTES and overall revenue. That it is the hope that through the outreach efforts, folks in that community will become more interested in attending our LAC and PCC campuses and therefore increase those eventual revenues and increase our enrollment when we exit Hold Harmless.
Okay, I just want to emphasize that I think this is a great opportunity. Anytime we have an opportunity to increase our enrollment and outreach is fantastic. I just want to have an understanding because right now it's a little bit inscrutable to me on what the monetary impact would be. And then also, is this just going to be for 2 years? And what about beyond the 2 years? I'd like to better understand and get a sense of what that would look like so I can make a better decision if this item were to come up for action in the future. And perhaps in your subsequent updates, if that's something we can elucidate for myself and other members of the board who are interested, that would be fantastic.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on this item? Trustee Ntuk?
Thank you so much for the update. I know this has been a year in the making to get to this point, and it's really, again, this is the part of town that we did the assessment with the equity profile of Long Beach has the greatest need. It has the most young people, the lowest educational attainment, many single parent households, primarily single mothers who are in North Long Beach area. And when we think about, making a community college for everybody, this is the part of town that needs it the most, but also has the most potential to increase our FTS. It's trying to get to that 44% of folks having an AA degree. Where are we going to find them? They're not in Belmont Shore. They're already at a high educational attainment. It's really Central, West, and North having the most potential and the most people. That's been the largest population growth in the last 2 census cycles, has been in 90805. And it's really, we've been experiencing, and I grew up there when it was a much tougher neighborhood, a lot more gang violence, in the late 80s, early 90s. And then we've really turned it around, what we were calling the Uptown Renaissance of the Jordan High School renovation, the new Michelle Obama Library. We have a new Houghton Park Community Center that's being built. There's a lot of things in the works that have come but are still on the horizon. And then this has been a partnership with the council office in North Long Beach, but also the city, that just in this budget, they allocated $150,000 towards our joint effort, which we came before the board and we voted in consensus to advance last November. And I know I've been to a couple of meetings, Trustee Otto's been to a couple of meetings with the city and our staff, and it's really been, I think, a great testament of public institutions partnering together. I'm hearing feedback from John Keisler that potentially the Business Improvement District might use some of the space and offset some of the potential costs. That the Michelle Obama Library is excited about dual offering the classes we have there already, but also some library programming in the center. And so, the small business opportunities, for some people, you're forced to be an entrepreneur. And it's not by choice, but to have the training to say whatever your make or your craft, this is how to be a sustainable business. Creates a lot of local jobs. A lot of local jobs are from small businesses. So I'm excited about it. I'm thankful for Dr. O'Malley. She met with folks at City Hall last August, Dr. O'Malley. I think we were in the old City Hall, going over what was possible. And that, kind of thinking outside the box. So this is one of those innovative ideas that came from Dr. O'Malley. So I'm really excited to see where it goes. So thanks for the update tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else on this item? All right, we're going to move on to item 7.4, update on early college at Browning High School. Dr. Scott, is that also yours?
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you, President Malauulu. All right, we have presented to the board previously on this item, and we wanted to provide an update on what has occurred over the summer. A work group has met with members of both LBUSD and LBCC several times over the summer. It included Ken Hellman, Diana Ogamachi, who's here. Thank you, Diana. Lizette Villegas, and Sonia De La Torre. So that group came up with some ideas for going forward. They created 3 pathways that could be potentials for Browning. And just to remind you, Browning is the newest of the Long Beach Unified High Schools. It has 2 pathways, culinary and hospitality. And so it's really, being so new, it's really a good opportunity for us to possibly create an early college there. In looking at the pathways, 2 of them would be 30-unit pathways, 1 in culinary, 1 in hospitality. And if students were able to, they could also perhaps come out with an associate degree for transfer in hospitality, which we're very pleased to say that Chef Haley worked on all summer, finished it, and it will be going to the curriculum committee for approval relatively soon. So in the work that they've done, they've identified about 15 courses that would be offered at Browning in the primary terms, and then there would be courses offered in the summer at LBCC. And so the courses would be in the Bell schedule at Browning, and that would include general education as well as coursework in the CTE area for culinary and hospitality. We wanted to make you aware of this because we did have a fairly full vetting process. It includes, it's in the handout that was provided to you. And this handout, by the way, is being used by both LBUSD as well as LBCC. And it's important that the board be aware of this because Long Beach Unified wants to start advertising this program October 1st or thereabouts for the group that would start in fall of the following fall of 2020. So that's their plan, and we just wanted to make you aware of it. It's on our College Planning Council agenda tomorrow to make them aware of it. We've talked to the faculty about it, and we'll be working with Diana to make sure that we are adhering to all contractual requirements. And that's basically the report, and I don't know if you have any questions, but thank you.
Anybody want to comment on that? Trustee Antec?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is exciting as well. I feel like, the dual enrollment opportunity is an enrollment strategy to make sure we're getting more students here. It's other folks are doing it, and we can do it too. And then it's leveraging some of our new infrastructure of the new kitchens and culinary arts. And it's why not be able to get that training, while you're 17, 18 years old. Again, another student loan debt elimination strategy or
It's
avoidance.
an equity strategy.
It's huge. And then our tourism industry is a multi-million-dollar industry that we've worked really hard to make sure those jobs pay living wages. And so you're giving another pathway opportunity to young people, or of any, well, I guess you got to be a Long Beach Unified student, young people to have an access to our local economy. And that's one of the things that, Long Beach, I think Mayor O'Neill was the 3 T's. Was it trade, tourism, and tech? And so it's the tourism piece of that. So it's great to see that synergy, and looking forward to when we get it started and see what the advertisements look like. So.
Yeah, and I should have mentioned with the 2 30-unit pathways, we are hoping to create certificates. So students would come out with either a certificate in culinary, a certificate in hospitality, or the associate degree for transfer in hospitality. That would be our goal.
That's great. Yes, no, I want to salute you for coming up with this. I think it's a great idea. And especially since what Trustee Intuck said is it's fulfilling a need in our community. Correct. And so there is funds, if culinary will let you use them, within the foundation for the culinary program. So if you needed something, I'm not speaking for the foundation because I certainly couldn't do that, but there are funds within there for culinary.
Very good. I appreciate this report on Browning High School. I want to give a shout out to one of their instructors. Her name is Chef Steph Kelly, and Stephanie Kelly and I used to teach together at Carson High School. And she was one of the faculty. I used to oversee the Perkins program when I was career advisor. So she was one of the faculty members that I had the pleasure of hiring. And she's moved on, and she came on campus, toured the campus. She's taken students all over the country for culinary arts. And she's so excited. She teaches at Browning, but she speaks so highly of our LBCC Culinary Arts program and how she partners with them and sends students. So I was very excited to see this on the agenda today. And I don't think Steph is watching, but I just want to give her a shout out because we enjoy the partnership and certainly the students that she refers to us, and look forward to growing that department there with early college. And thank you for that.
And if I could just say one thing, Long Beach Unified has been very involved in this, and they're extremely excited about it, and it's been a very good partnership with them.
Steph also spoke very highly of Long Beach Unified and the commitment that they made to grow the program. So for her, it's like a breath of fresh air. And she was actually one of the, she's a Long Beach resident, but she was one of the educators that I had nominated for a 70th Assembly District for Teacher of the Year a few years back. So she's just phenomenal. So eventually maybe, we'll pull her from Browning and have her do more here at LBCC. But anyway, anybody else want to add to this agenda item? All right, we're going to move on to another exciting program that we have on our agenda today. It's item 7.5. It's the Cannabis Training Program. Kathy, I think that's also yours.
Thank you.
You are on a roll today.
I am on a roll, yes. This is the last one, though. But we did want to inform the board of recent work that we were doing on a possible cannabis training program. And in the audience are Michelle Grimes-Hillman and Melissa Infacino. Both have been involved in this and are here and can answer any questions that I may not be able to answer. But there's been a number of meetings between LBCC and industry representatives in the cannabis industry here in Long Beach, including the Long Beach Collective. They have expressed interest, the industry, in us developing short-term, not-for-credit, fee-based training. And I just want to be very clear that that is not non-credit and that is not credit. So these are not, in this form, programs that would go through our curriculum committee. They're workforce training, and so don't have that requirement. But we have met with a number of individuals who are in your handout there, and they've provided some industry expertise to us as we've thought about how possibly to develop such a program. So what they have developed or what they have requested from us would provide a type of industry certification to the cannabis industry here. And the cannabis industry, again, the names that are here, would provide their branding, basically their approval of what we would offer. And they see it as something that would help both inexperienced as well as professional people to be more attractive candidates for employment, and to provide them with more experience in both cannabis and how the regulations work, as well as provide some training in things like accounting, marketing, computer skills, and things like that. We do have funding to create this curriculum, and we would hire industry experts to help us do so, as we do for any workforce not for credit training. What we create could be marketable throughout the state. It possibly could be put online. So there are different things that we could look at. And again, we could combine it with some of our non-credit to provide some other skills that people need, like computer work and things like that. We see 4 areas. One would be introduction to the industry, which we would call seed to sale, and it's really about how regulation works, and also introduction and training on inventory management and the metric, which is the state mandated inventory tool and critical training that's required. We would also look at creating a course in business-to-business product knowledge for cannabis for different businesses and how that would work. 3 would be the business-to-consumer, delivery methods, types of products, that type of training. And number 4 would be basic computer skills, and like I said, the other types of training that are required for business professionals. In doing some research on this topic, we also looked at what exists elsewhere in California. College of the Desert has a not-for-credit training program that they already have in the works. They are already offering it, and it's in some ways similar to what we have here. They also have an HR component that they added into it. But they have, they have the HR, the state compliance and regulations, so that's what they're currently offering. I'm not going to say this right. Oaksterdam University in Oakland has a big program. It's a different type of college, but it's looking more at the horticulture and business concentrations. But within the community college world, there's also Santa Rosa, which is now doing a training program regarding the industrial hemp research, education, and workforce training. And that was brought to their board in June of this year, and they're going forward with their program. Also in the executive summary, we've included the fact that we have sought a legal opinion on this. There wouldn't be federal financial aid issues with a not-for-credit program, but we are cognizant of the fact that we receive a lot of federal funding, grant funding, veteran funding, and of course financial aid from the federal government. So, and this is not legal federally, although it is legal here. So we are cognizant of that. We have made several calls to the Department of Education asking for their input on this, and we have called and emailed numerous times and have not received any response. So I don't know what that means, but we're bringing this to the board for discussion, for information, and thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion on this item, so everybody hang tight. Trustee Baxter?
I just thought of something. Have you tried contacting the Department of Education through our legislators? Like either Congressman Lowenthal or Congresswoman Sanchez? I know that we've done that
and
with financial aid.
Yeah, Yvonne has been trying to reach them through the student services side because that's where most of our contacts are. I would have to talk to her. I don't believe that they've tried that, but I can suggest that.
Well, sometimes if a congressperson says, why don't you answer these people, they might actually do it.
And I do not believe that the other college, the one that has a program very similar to what we're considering, College of the Desert, I do not believe that they sought legal opinion. They didn't see a conflict with having not for credit, because I did phone them. They didn't see a conflict with it. It didn't go to their board, I don't believe, and I don't believe they called DOE. So just for your information.
Anybody else want to comment on this? Trustee Zia?
I just had some questions. I'm looking at the legal opinion that we've gotten, and so is the input required from the Department of Education? Because, you know, the past input from the Department of Education, like hasn't really necessarily been something that, I mean, it's been hostile, like from our dreamers. So I just want to better understand what we mean by getting a formal input from the Department of Education, and that's one question I have. I think this is a very well-written legal opinion, by the way. I think it's very thoughtful. But as far as the conflicting or issues where it could affect our undocumented students or international students, I can understand that this is pretty fraught. You know, I like the whole idea of a training program in general, but I want to make sure I have an understanding of what are some of the challenges, and these other colleges that we've researched in the state, what are some of the challenges that they've come across? What can go wrong with this is what I'd like to better understand. And then lastly, what are some of the safeguards that we have in protecting minors? And also, I'm looking at this on the laboratory standpoint, and you know, it's the interpretation of it. So let's say that with the training programs have laboratories, and then is that going to be used by the federal government as a point for a point of contention for being construed as distributing, and all the other violations under the federal laws? Those are some of the concerns I have, and I'd like to get answers to that before. I mean, I don't even know if this is coming to the board for action, but I think this needs a little bit more thought and deliberation. And do we have answers to those questions, or is this something that we need to research?
We may need to do some additional research. Our intent here in looking at this was to help people be compliant with the law as it is legal here, and to help people understand the regulations and the law so that they can provide opportunities for people in the workforce. They can start businesses that are legal and compliant with the regulation. So we are not looking at any type of lab work. We wouldn't be doing extracting or anything along those lines. Some of the Santa Rosa is doing some of that, but they're doing it with hemp, which is a legal product. Some of these courses that are dealing with labs and things like that are really higher level courses, and we are a two-year college that deals with introduction to chemistry and introduction to things like that. I don't see us moving into those types of areas. We're looking more at how to help people within the business industry, people who have already applied for licenses, people who want to participate in this business within the Long Beach area. So I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but I did want to answer that question. We may need to look at minors. I do hear you in regards to students who may not be documented or international students. We would need to be very clear about that, no question.
And then what safeguards do we have for minor students? That's something I'd like to have an understanding of, because I know it may not be a huge population. I was a minor student when I went to college, and I'd like to see what that would entail and the safeguards that we're
I'm sorry.
contemplating.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
As this is not credit or non-credit courses, we wouldn't fall under Title V here in terms of open access and allowing everybody in. I think we would be able to have some say in who came into the program, and we could limit it in ways that we can't really with our credit or non-credit programs. This is fee-based education. It's not for credit. It's very different than some of the other instruction. So I'd have to look at it, but I believe we could put some safeguards in place without too much trouble. But again, I would need to look into that to be able to tell you definitively.
Yeah, and then also getting the cost-benefit analysis from experiences with other colleges or other agencies and districts that are doing this. I'd like to have that data to better assess if this is something prudent for us to pursue, especially in light of the fact that, the federal government is construes it in a certain manner of even, with medical marijuana patients. And what happens if a student is taking these courses and has the possession of marijuana, and what are we going to do that then, and what are some of the liability and the implications of a program such as this?
Okay. Yeah, we could certainly look into all of those things.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Trustee Antec.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know that it's innovative and a new program, and I glad to hear the discussion we're having. I know that the city, Long Beach, is one of the few municipalities that had the choice, and the voters decided to allow the dispensaries and the laboratories to be here. Like if you go to Lakewood, they did not vote for local cannabis dispensaries or businesses. And I think the city of LA is the other large municipality and has, I think Long Beach has around 30 dispensaries, and LA has 300. So they're 10 times the size. And you think about the job market, it's not every day a new industry pops up that has good paying jobs. All of the Long Beach and LA dispensaries are part of UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers, union jobs. And so they pay a living wage for healthcare benefits, retirement. But I've also been in touch. They're working at the state level. They have a state-approved apprenticeship program as part of their membership requirements. So just like you would if you were going to be a plumber and you're going through the journeyman program or the apprenticeship and then journeyman program and the building trades is the same program administered by the same state agency. And so I'm interested in as we're developing this, we're looking at, right now it's called Pharmacy Tech, is the state apprenticeship program. I know there's criteria you have to meet to become an apprentice, and you have to pass a test. And I understand that, just like you got to go to pass the bar to become a lawyer, it's there's these different barriers to entry to the profession. But I'm hoping that we can consider that as we're rolling out the program to help folks meet the new requirements. My understanding too, they're also working on expanding beyond pharmacy tech to do other apprenticeships. It's, this is a new business. You got logistics, delivery, security. I know I've worked with the fire department in the city of LA. They have additional fire compliance standards. And so I'm hopeful that we can do that, but also have the precautions that Trustee Zia was talking about. I mean, I think our rule right now on campus, you're not allowed to have any cannabis or marijuana on campus. Isn't that our current policy? Don't we have no drugs on campus? So our regular policies would still apply?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then I did read the legal opinion on, it looks like it would be a challenge for F1 international students
Yes.
or DACA students.
Absolutely.
That they would put themselves in legal jeopardy with a hostile federal administration.
Yes.
That they may lose their DACA status, or they may lose their student visa status. So
Correct.
maybe as we're developing this, we can put in place, international students are not allowed to participate, just so that we don't put them at risk. And the other thing of minors, we should put a requirement, 18 or older to participate, and then that resolves the issue that we just,
Or 21.
I mean, we can put these, parameters in place to.
Or perhaps 21.
Or 21, yeah. There's all kind of things we can do to make sure that we're safe, and I think this is new that we're doing it. It's important. One other point I'd like to just touch on is the city has a social equity component. I know one of the speakers mentioned it earlier. They're required to go through training, but there's no training that exists. And it just seems like a unique opportunity that we're not at K-12, that we don't have minors prevalent on campus, that we can offer a uniquely adult training program for the community that has it. And it's getting people ready for jobs in Long Beach and in LA, but when you talk about social equity, it's communities of color were the most negatively impacted by the war on crime, the war on drugs and the disproportionate convictions for marijuana possession in the past. I know there's been a number of expungement workshops that have been done explicitly around former marijuana convictions by the Long Beach Police Department and the City of Long Beach to do real restorative justice so that you can have access to jobs and improve your credit and not be a barrier to buy a house or finance a new car. And so at the city, they're looking at reevaluating that. I've heard some discussions about creating a joint management fund that would pay for people who meet the criteria. There's a certain criteria in Long Beach. If you're in a low-income area or you have a former conviction, then you go to the city and they give you a certificate as a specialized worker. And the joint management fund would pay for those individuals potentially to do the training program or do a training program. And it's, I think there's an opportunity to be first to market that, I don't think Cerritos has it or Compton or El Camino, and so it lets us stand out a little bit. But we talk about we want to be business friendly. Here's a new business industry that's asking for our help, and it's a triple bottom line of social justice. It brings some revenue to the school and meets our mission. So I'm interested to see how it goes, but I agree we should have protective parameters to protect our students in the college and make sure that we don't get ourselves in any peril. So thank you so much for the update.
I would just like to thank you also for that information. I was initially against this endeavor, and I was taking a standpoint from a parent and an educator, and the difficulty in monitoring something like this, especially at a college, and how hard it would be to implement and monitor. But then I started doing some research, a lot of research actually, and all arrows were pointing at a career of the future and innovation and work opportunity. And I had to step back and reflect on the fiduciary responsibility that we have as a board and providing opportunities for the community. I mean, we're a community college for a reason, and I think that when I reframed the notion, it became apparent that in this community, with the city already doing work in it and with the state and so many other avenues going forward in the direction of cannabis exploration and career development, it just wouldn't make sense for the local community college to not get involved. I couldn't find enough of a reason when the highway was already moving, and I tried. They just weren't good enough, and I appreciate the parameters that are being discussed. I really appreciate the fact that, especially with us expanding our international student program, making sure that we don't violate any laws with regard to them and compromising their status with visas in terms of I really appreciate that. I'm glad that we're thinking that, and I'm glad that there are enough people at the table to offer the input that is necessary so that we do think of all things, and I'm sure we haven't thought of everything, but we will. And I'd also like to mention, a long time ago, maybe 10, 12 years ago, I was sitting in a hospital lobby. One of my kids had an appointment, and there was somebody sitting across from me who was, kind of making eye contact and staring at me, and I recognized him kind of, sort of, but not really. And finally, after a few minutes, I said, hey, what's up? And he says to me, he goes, you used to be my teacher. I'm not going to tell you what high school, but he said, you used to be my teacher. And I said, oh, that's great. And he's like, the first thing out of his mouth is he says, I bet I make more money than you. And I said, well, that's wonderful. That's what we hope, that you grow to make more money than me. And I said, what do you do? And he said, real proud. He kind of puffed his chest and he said, I'm an electrician. And I said, that's wonderful. Wow, are you with IBEW? Are you a union electrician? He's like, nope, I work for myself. And he proceeds to tell me that he is an entrepreneur who can set up your garages or whatever to provide electricity needed for a certain industry that was, not necessarily legal at the time, but in development. But as I was doing my research for this project, I thought about, I don't know where that student is now, but 10 or 12 years ago when I ran into him in the hospital, waiting area, he was already thinking in the future and already had a career set up for himself as an electrician. And he gave me his business card and he said, if you want your garage hooked up to be a greenhouse, I got you, half price. So, there's industry there. And rather than, not capitalize on it, I think that LBCC is in a great place to be able to take action. So I know it's getting late. Do we have any additional comments on that agenda? And I know that we'll be hearing a lot more with that too. Yes, Trustee Otto.
Only comment is that you have a right to remain silent.
Well, it's legal now.
Anything you say could and would be, but that's all.
No, I was very proud of his entrepreneurial spirit. All right, moving on the agenda, we're going to Section 8 of our agenda, Administrative and Business Services. 8.1, 2018-2019 CCFS 311 Annual Financial and Budget Report, including the 2019-20 appropriations. Now, with this, it is an action item. And just to be respectful of time, we did have a 3-hour budget meeting a couple of weeks ago, budget workshop. So I would like to implore, if it's the pleasure of the board, that we accept Vice President Drinkwine's report. If there's no discussion on it or any changes, we did make recommendations, which I'm sure she'll touch upon briefly. Vice President Drinkwine?
I think we need a motion, don't we?
Yes, we will.
Great. You have two items related to the budget. 8.1 is the acceptance of the 2018 unaudited financial report, which includes the 1920 appropriations limit. Just as a reminder, the appropriations limit is related to a piece of legislation that was passed in the state several years ago, and it is just essentially make sure that government doesn't grow faster than its population. And then 8.2 is the budget itself with the Education Protection Account expenditure plan. When we spoke a couple of years ago with the study session, I promised to come back to you and share with you any changes from the numbers presented to you at that time to now, because we were finalizing year-end close. And I can share with you that our ending fund balance changed by 0.1% to the tune of about $42,134. So an immaterial change. Trustee Intuk asked for some additional information regarding some specific programs, and while we were not able to, in the short amount of time, provide a very in-depth report, we will come back to you. But in the presentation itself, there are 3 slides that address equity, bus passes, and a third program. And so that is provided to you for your reference, but we will be coming back with an in-depth review of the expenditures for all of those programs. Otherwise, there are no significant changes.
All right, very good. Any questions before I entertain a motion? All right, I'd like a motion, please, approving item 8.1.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, discussion on the motion, please. Sorry.
So, just a couple of real quick questions and maybe more observations. On the report that we got before, I think it was page 24, it was kind of the unrestricted general fund, presentation. It was pretty much the whole thing. But and I know that we've got this funding formula, and I know that we've got that there's 70% allocations to FTES, 20% to minority students, and 10% to achievements or things, but we're really not operating on that basis because we've got to hold harmless for at least another couple of years, and maybe it will be even more than that before too long, because I know there's an ongoing discussion about this. But personally, I would find it helpful if we sliced and diced this, not only just in terms of what the numbers are, but where it is that we are with regard to if the funding formula was actually operational now, so that we saw how it is that we were doing. We have regularly expressed concerns over completions. None of that kind of data is in here. So the point that I was thinking about was, couldn't the budget better reflect the formula allocations so it can be better tracked and monitored for results in future years when the funding formula is implemented? And would that be really hard to do?
I can answer that from two ways. First, the reason that we haven't calculated that number in the budget for your presentation is that the hold harmless goes through for the current and 2 subsequent years, which is what we project in our multi-year projections, the current and 2 subsequent years. But I would be more than happy to, when I bring back the first quarter financial report, to do that type of projection for where we would end up in that 3rd year out. And it is something that we are tracking internally. We do have our goals and our targets that we know that if when we exit hold harmless, we want to exit with no financial distress. And so we can certainly do that calculation based on the current formula, which my second caution is that we know that the current formula will continue to undergo changes. But I would recommend that I bring that back with the first quarter financial report for the 1920 year, because at that time, which will be in December, we will have some data from the fall semester for enrollment, and then we will also know exactly where we're at for awards for the 18-19 year.
Okay. So, and I've only got four points, but my second one is, could the state apportionment revenue be better summarized to show any non-reoccurring revenues apportioned instead of grouped into one number? This could help for comparison and budgeted purposes going forward, and especially for comparing in multiple years. Is that easy to do, or?
The state
good idea?
apportionment number reflects simply the dollar amount for the student-centered funding formula. So if there were a program that the state is funding separate from that, it is reflected as a separate resource, either within the revenues, but more likely in the restricted general fund, because most programs that are not funded with the student-centered funding formula are restricted programs. And so it would be with the other fund, the restricted general fund, and those are detailed individually. So what you're seeing reflected as the state apportionment is truly reflecting the entirety of the state general fund plus taxes and fees collected that make up the entirety of the student-centered funding formula.
And then we did this incredible budget reduction or deficit reduction plan, and we went from, it looks like we're going to lose $6 million to we're $6 million above that. Do we take that as that's happening? Do we factor that into the budget on a quarterly basis and do changes, or is it just this is where we wound up, and is there is that the best way to do things, or do we fine tune as we're going along?
Thank you. In a typical budget year, if we did not have a deficit that we were working hard to reduce, in that case, you're letting the budget roll along. So you're understanding that you're budgeting for all your vacant positions and that you're not making restrictions on expenditures, and you're going to see a lot less variance throughout the year between your budgeted amount and your actual amount. And in that case, often you might identify, hey, we have some savings here, but you might not roll it through to the budget mid-year because you expect perhaps to be spending more in the second half. That's not the situation we have here. We identified a projected operating deficit of nearly $7 million, which was alarming. And we immediately developed and implemented that deficit reduction plan. And we did this with the express purpose of reducing our expenditures over the course of the year. And part of that was to measure the success at each quarter. And so at each quarter, we measured exactly how much progress we were able to make in each of the major expenditure groups. So we looked at salaries, academic and classified, and benefits. We looked at travel. We looked at supplies. We looked at contracted services. And one of the things I shared with you at the budget study session was that waterfall chart, which was able to show you the difference between each of the quarterly reports and what were the drivers of those savings. And having said that, it is true that we recognize a large portion of the savings during the last quarter because we are conservative and we didn't want to count our chickens before they were hatched. But I will say this, that the improvement we had was so extraordinary. It was far beyond my wildest dreams, and it was just through the collective district coming together with that laser focus on really achieving success with our deficit reduction plan. And so when we look at our ongoing deficit for the 1920 year, and it's roughly about $2.5 million if we discount the one-time funds that we are spending on purpose, then I think that is definitely achievable when you compare it to what we've achieved over the past year.
And there weren't really many numbers associated with the deficit reduction plan update. I mean, there were $175,000 of best practices, things that we did, but there's a lot of reorganization stuff that goes on, but there's not much information about how much those things saved us. And maybe it's hard to tease out that information, I don't know, but I like to see the plan, how we're doing with that plan, and where we wound up with it, instead of just saying, these are the things we're going to do, and then say, it must have worked because we did all these things. Is that fair?
That is fair. I will put that data in a narrative for you. Okay. It'll show, for instance, that we saved a little bit more than $3 million just from the SERP and our ability to replace faculty with adjunct. And we can identify exactly the dollar amounts associated with each one of those actions.
And I think we may have been given some information tonight about reorganization results in the form of a memo or something I haven't even had a chance to look at yet. But
if I were going to point you to any one document, it would be an update of that waterfall chart in the presentation, which is in the current presentation attached to the agenda, slide 31. And in slide 31, we track between each quarterly report report, what were the savings driven by reorganization and staffing actions, savings due to the implementation of best practices in travel, hospitalities, and supplies, or reductions in contracted services and operating expenses. But I can understand how that information may be difficult to grasp without having the associated narrative. So I'd like to come back to you with a more specific report that walks you through the narrative of those actions.
Great, okay. And then finally, are there any additional operational changes that we might do to reduce the adopted budget deficit? Page 42 of Future Challenges discloses that state funding has not kept up with natural expenditure increases, but how and what are we going to do to adapt to this environment? I am particularly concerned about the fact that it says it's going to cost us $12 million more in the next 10 years for pension payments that they are visiting upon us, and enrollment's always a big issue, and so are there any things that we know for sure, directions we're going? Because it's a here we are document, and I'm nervous about where we go from there because it is a deficit budget.
Absolutely. The most successful thing we've done for an ongoing savings in the 18-19 year was through that reorganization combined with system implementation. So we were able to achieve efficiencies through creating work processes that were far more streamlined and allowed our staff to focus on other issues that really resulted in higher enrollment or greater completions. And so if you looked at that $6.9 million deficit we started with, $6.7 million deficit that we started with in 18-19, and we ended up with a surplus. But just identifying that 6.7. And then when we look at the 19-20 year, and now we're projecting about $3.5 million, you can essentially say that the difference, the $3 million, is an ongoing solution. It hasn't reappeared. And that ongoing solution is from reorganization, is from systems implementation, is from streamlining. So that's the measure of success we had from 18-19 on an ongoing basis. And that's where we focus moving forward. We've already trimmed down those areas like supplies and travel and hospitality to as narrow an area as we can. Salaries and benefits are almost 90% of our total unrestricted general fund expenditures, and that's where we can achieve the savings. And we do it in a way that respects our workforce, that doesn't ask them to work harder, but gives them an opportunity to work smarter, have processes that support that, and that serve our current goals rather than perhaps doing things in a way we've done them for 20 years that supported what we did 20 years ago but no longer support what we do today.
Well, my last concern is that to a certain extent it says we've got to get the business practice reviews in to find out kind of where we really are. And what I got from the session that we did was that the $2.5 million that we expect to spend in this next year is a very aggressive number. And I don't know whether this is a Hail Mary or saying that, the Dodgers are going to hit 200 home runs this year, and who would ever believe that? But, if we don't get there because of all the things that can happen, is something like that could that knock this over, what we're doing, or what our plan is, or is it really not that dependent on it?
I believe that we are going to be able to achieve a great deal of that. And yes, we do have an aggressive plan for the business process reviews. We also have an aggressive plan for facilities construction. We have an aggressive plan for a lot, and I think that we've been able to succeed with those aggressive plans. They keep us focused, they keep us on target, and we continue to succeed. So, yes, there is always the chance that we don't achieve as much as we would like, but I believe the opportunity is there and the will is there.
And as it goes along, we can find out how we're doing on that.
Absolutely. My intent is to bring to you at each quarterly report, like we did in the past year, to recognize as reasonable those savings we have been able to achieve so that we can share that out. And so that if you were a member of the public looking in and you wonder, how the heck did we go from 6.7 in the negative to 6 million in the positive, you're not surprised at just the end of the year change. You can see that story happening through the course of the year, and you can see what's really driving that.
Vice President Drinkwine, I'm sorry, Trustee Otto, I don't want to interrupt, but because we do have, okay, good. Because we do have a motion and a second, the discussion was just getting a little bit too in the weeds, and it wasn't really on the motion. So I want to bring it back. And
It was on the motion. It's about the budget, approving the budget.
okay. Okay. All right. So, any additional discussion on the motion? All right. So, let's go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We're going to go on to item 8.2 is a continuation, the adopted budget and education protection account expenditure plan. This is what Vice President Drinkwine was referring to when she said that there were 2 items connected to the budget on the agenda. Go ahead, Vice President Drinkwine.
I believe we've touched upon the budget to great depth, but I'm happy to answer any more questions you may have.
All right, so we need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any additional discussion?
I do.
Yes.
I don't know if it's just the wording, but I know we talked about rainy day fund and doing a line item in the budget and starting to develop a policy around that. I don't know if education protection account is the beginning of the rainy day fund or just the normal vernacular of the budget. But can you talk about the rainy day fund?
Certainly. There is a difference between the rainy day fund and the education protection account expenditure plan. The EPA, as we call it for short, and not to be confused with any other kind of environmental protection agency, but the EPA represents those funds that were approved by the voters to temporarily raise, initially it was sales tax and the income tax for our wealthiest residents, to help offset the state's contribution to education funding in an effort to prevent a cut to funding. What that means briefly is that for every dollar the state gets from this, we don't get any improvement, they just pay us $1 less. So, but the proposition did require every educational agency who received those monies to make a report annually saying how we're using the money, even though it's not new money. The rainy day fund, the request was from the board to establish a rainy day fund, which is a fantastic idea because we do have a one-time surplus from our 18-19 year and perhaps using that as seed money. In the short time, in the 2 weeks between the last meeting and this meeting, we didn't have an opportunity to actually create that. Instead, what we've done is we've added a slide showing the intent, but the creation of that line item can happen in a couple of different ways. And I'd like to come back to the board and describe for you the different ways to accomplish that because other community colleges have done it in one of 4 different ways. So I want to be able to show you which ones of those you would like to do, and they all require varying levels of action from the board to create. But very simply, in the absence of that for the 18-19, those funds simply roll down to the bottom, and they would not be expended or budgeted without your full awareness and approval. So the failure on my part to be able to push that into the budget this quickly doesn't affect them, and they won't be spent until it comes through you as the governing board.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item 8.3, resolution authorizing issuance and sale of general obligation bonds. This is an action item, and Dr. Romali, I know we have some guests in the audience who've been very patiently waiting all evening, and I understand that you are here for these bond items that are coming up. So I'd like to thank you for sticking it out with us. And I didn't know, maybe they would have reordered the agenda and moved these items up sooner had somebody told me. I just found out not too long ago. So Dr. Romali, I'll go ahead and defer that to you.
Yes, I'll pass that to Mrs. Drinkwine.
Thank you. I would like to introduce the gentlemen who have been so patient with us. This is our financial team. This is our dream team. They have been with us in this setup for a few years, helping us issue our bonds and refund our bonds. So doing it in a very responsible way at the lowest possible cost to our taxpayers, and taking benefit of conditions in the market when we can to save them money. And so very quickly, we have Mr. Adam Bauer. He's from Fieldman Rollup and Associates. He is our financial advisor looking out for our best interests. We have Mr. Graham Beck, who is with our bond counsel, Nixon Peabody. And we have our two underwriters, Trennis Wright with Piper Jaffray and Rod Carter with RBC. And so collectively, these gentlemen worked very hard on our behalf to issue millions of dollars in bonds in a very responsible way to protect the interests of both our district and our taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for being here. We have a motion. Oh, actually, we need a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second.
All right. So, Madam Secretary is working on a different project, but Trustee Baxter made a motion. Trustee Untuck seconded for item 8.3. Do we have any question on those items on the motion?
I just want to thank the team that's here for their patience and also for the great work that you're doing for us. I've heard great things about your performance, so I'm happy you're on board.
Any additional comments?
If I may, before you vote, there are two items. Again, there is a resolution for the issuance, and then there is a separate resolution for refunding to save our taxpayers money. And so that's why you see two separate resolutions.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to move on to item 8.4, which is another action item pertaining to the bonds. Item 8.4 is resolution authorizing issuance and sale of general obligation refunding bonds. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Otto made the motion. Trustee Untuck seconded. Any discussion or question on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And thank you once again. I wish somebody had told me. I didn't realize. I would have been happy to reorder the agenda. I know you guys have long days too, as does everyone else here. All right, so we're going to move on to item 8.5. This is resolution in support of environmental sustainability. This is another action item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Untug made this motion. Trustee Otto seconded. Any discussion or questions on the item? Trustee Untug?
Just real quick, thanks so much for putting this together. I think this came out of a request last summer for us to take a policy position on environmental sustainability, and this is something that we can reference in the future. I know we've gotten awards and we do things about it, but it's a point reference that we can point to and say, well, why are we doing this sustainability project, or why are we promoting this? It's a policy position. Even though it's a resolution, it doesn't actually weigh a lot. It's only a couple of pieces of paper, but it does put us on record for our sustainability policy for the institution.
Anybody else want to add to this? The only thing that I want to say is that in having these meetings with our college administration, one phrase stuck out. I heard it said a couple of times. I think it was Vice President Drinkwine who said it. I can't believe we didn't already have this. So it's neat to finally be doing something that the general consensus is that we should have already been doing. So I'm glad. Anybody else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.6, resolution of intent to approve easements granted to Southern California Edison at the Liberal Arts and Pacific Coast campuses for the purpose of installing charging stations. This is another action item. Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Untucked. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That's another good thing. Lengthy discussion on that one. All right, item 8.7. This is Labor Compliance and Community Student Workforce Participation Agreement monthly reports for the period May through July. This is an information item only. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to item 8.8, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6009, Bids and Contracts. This is an action item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Otto made the motion, Trustee Baxter seconded. All those in favor? Any discussion? Question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Moving on to section 9 of our agenda. This is our student services section, and our Dr. Munoz is away at a conference this evening representing Long Beach City College and doing what he loves, talking about student services. Item 9.1 is an information item only, and this is, sorry, I flipped 2 pages. Students with housing and food insecurities. Any discussion on that item?
Yes, President Malauulu. I would like to seek from the board to give permission to President Romali to meet with a private donor regarding student housing. This person will remain anonymous.
I just have a question for Dr. Romali. Dr. Romali, is this a person that we have previously met with before? Okay, got it. Understood. All right. So is that a motion?
I think I need to make a motion.
It's
Yes.
it's an information item. I don't know if it would be appropriate for us to just make a motion later in the meeting, or would that make a
Have
difference?
any more time, President? Or do you want me to make it during my report?
Because we would need to
Trustee
Brown
committees.
Act.
Maybe in the trustee committees?
Because it was brought up yesterday at the facilities meeting, I think that it would come as a recommendation from the facilities committee. If,
Under 10.5, maybe, trustee committees?
okay, whatever you guys say.
I'm a little uncomfortable, and I'd like to get some direction from council. It's marked as an information item, not as an action
Correct.
item, and I don't see why the superintendent president can't meet with anybody she wants about anything she wants. It has to do with what we do. If it comes to the board at some later point, then that's great, but I don't think she needs our permission or direction even.
Yeah, I think as long as, Jack, as long as I see consensus here that they're comfortable with me pursuing this with VP Drinkwine, then I think we're fine. Would you agree?
I agree with Trustee Otto in that this was listed as an information item, so the public was not expecting any action to be taken. On the other hand, this is not an action that would require the board to actually vote. The board could vote on it at some point, but it's certainly within the superintendent president's discretion. And through the discussion that the board has on this, Dr. Romali certainly can get a sense of whether there's support or opposition to this idea.
Okay.
That's a question, Mr. Lipton. Can we do advisory votes where we say just it's not non-binding, it's not we're making a contract, we just say, yeah, we do an advisory vote? Is that the same Brown Act or agendizing required parameters?
Trustee Ntuk, from a Brown Act perspective, any vote that the board takes, whether it's characterized as advisory or directive, has the same implications from a Brown Act perspective.
And I guess if we were to vote on this, is this the right time, or should we bring it to a future, even though it sounds like it's not even necessary to vote on, but if we did have to vote on it, would it be here or during the facility committee?
That seems like this fits right into this agenda item had it not been listed as an informational item, because presumably it relates to the issue of housing and student insecurities and funding for that.
Can they bring it forward as action from the Facilities Committee during their report later on the
10.5.
10.5, which is trustee committees.
Oh, they could, but my recollection that that item is also listed as an informational item, as a report. You know, in the future, the board can have more flexibility by listing such items as information and possible action, and that gives the board more flexibility in the future.
Madam Chair, can I be?
Yes.
I think there's consensus here. I don't want to, I mean, this has been long overdue. I don't want form over substance to take over our conduct here, and let's just get it done. I think we have a generous donor who is come forward, and housing is imminent for our students. So I'm very much in favor of having those discussions and getting it done and bringing it at home.
Okay, any additional questions on this item? Okay, so Trustee Baxter, I think it would be more appropriate for you to make your motion later on the agenda, because it isn't listed as a... No, I'm sorry, that we're not going to accept a motion now at this time, but later, you know, at the direction of whatever happens, we agendize it some other time. But
Well, I thought it was.
I think it's just.
I thought I heard Mr. Lipton say it wasn't necessary.
Correct. I'm sorry, you did say that, so if needed, if we do need to take a motion and it has to be agendized for whatever reason, it'll happen at some other time, but not now, at a future meeting. But otherwise, Dr. O'Malley has the authority and our blessing to meet with the potential donor and to get this job done without board action. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree with what you said.
Okay. All right. Thank
thank
you
you.
very much. Anybody else? All right, so we're going to move on to section 10 of the agenda with the Academic Senate. Thank you for bearing with us.
Thank you very much. The Senate is looking forward to supporting the voter registration activities that will be happening on campus. It was good to see Myra Maravilla here earlier today. She had worked with the Senate as our senior administrative assistant for several years, so it was really fun to see her back, and she will be at the Senate meeting on Friday, so we'll pursue that. You are hopefully aware that we have 3 flex days embedded in our academic calendar each year, and the first one will fall on Thursday, September 26th. We will kick it off with the planning meeting. This is an opportunity for faculty to work in their departments and begin program planning, program review, and curriculum development. It was at the suggestion of the Senate through CPC, through our College Planning Committee, that we close the loop on planning, and so we're looking forward to having that full circle of the VP plans come back to us, and so we have an awareness of, you know, what we were able to do, what plans were able to see fruition. We have a change of clerical support in the Academic Senate area. Fabiola Guerrero, who has served as our senior administrative assistant for both the Academic Senate and for the Curriculum Committee, is currently in an interim position for the curriculum specialist, so she's working more in that area. And we miss her, but we wish her well, and we know that they are appreciating her talents and her expertise. That gave us an opportunity to fill the position with an LTE, and so we were happy to welcome back from retirement at Long Beach City College, Corrine Magdaleno, who served as the Senior Administrative Assistant to the Dean of Counseling and Student Support Services. So she is back helping the Senate and the Curriculum Committee in that position, and so at some point we will fly that position. She will not keep it permanently. She's happily retired, but we're happy to have her back for as long as we can keep her. Tonight you got to meet 14 brand new faculty, and again, it's fun to see this, but what I really want to say is that really seeing them up here really represents a year of hard work on behalf of many, many people. The Hiring Priorities Committee meets in the fall to kick off the process. They set the timeline, departments work on their plans that include requests for faculty. That filters through the deans, the vice presidents, through Dr. Romali. HPC, which is the Hiring Priorities Committee, makes the final determination of how many faculty will be able to be hired based on things that are provided for us from Vice President Drinkwine. So the faculty obligation numbers, the budget, all those things. And so we're able to finally do that. HR assists with the recruitment and the efforts of going out to let folks know that we are hiring faculty. Hiring committees are formed, interviews are scheduled, selections are made, and offers of employment are extended. What I just want to say is it takes a Viking village to bring on new faculty, and it's time and energy and effort, but it's well spent and very much worth it. And the photogenic 14 are just a great snapshot of the efforts of a lot of people behind the scenes. So on behalf of the Senate, I would like to thank certainly all of the faculty who serve on all those hiring committees and then take up the role of serving on tenure review committees for all those probationary faculties. But again, it's the effort that's important for the college, and we're happy to do it. And that concludes my report. Thank you for the support of faculty and the Senate.
Thank you so much. Our classified Senate President.
The Classified Senate Council, we gave ourselves a little respite at the beginning of the semester to concentrate on the first part of the semester, but this week and next we start our meeting, so it's back to business as usual. And as Robert Rometta, the Classified Union President, mentioned earlier, we're very much looking forward to Classified Professional Development Day, which is on the same day that Jerry mentioned is Flex Day next Thursday. The lineup looks very intriguing and interesting of the programs, and it's always really wonderful to spend quality time with your colleagues that you don't get to see that often. And just one last thing is those of us who work directly with faculty, those last 175 people have been a really stellar group of amazing hires, and it's been a joy for those of us that work with faculty to work with them. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right, trustee reports. Trustee Otto, do you have a report today?
No. Given the lateness of the hour, I think that it's prudent to pass.
Trustee Ntuk?
No report.
Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I do. But I'll talk fast, so it'll be like I hardly spoke at all. First of all, this morning, I helped put on the End to Giving golf tournament, which is an organization that one of many that I belong to, and they raise money for veterans. And so 18 years ago today, they put on a golf tournament that happened to be on 9/11. And so the theme today was very patriotic. And by the way, to go back, the golf tournament was canceled because of 9/11, but today's theme was very patriotic, and they do wonderful things. Yesterday, Trustee Ntuk and I attended the facilities meeting. I thought it went very, very well. Then on Saturday, as I mentioned before, I put on a program for American Association of University Women on Title IX. The next program is going to be Social Security. Can you plan on receiving it? That's on October 5th. Also last week, I went to a reception for Ronald McDonald, A Few Good Men. Their gala is coming up on October 27th. Also, I was at the Carpenters' presentation of 120 boxes of food for our Viking Vault, and appreciate that very, very much. Then coming up, the Art Gallery is having a fabulous show. It's in this wonderful little booklet, so I'll make it quick, but it's called Generational Local Latinx LGBTQI Artists, and fabulous, so please go to the gallery when you have a chance. Also, Patrick Sheng, who is our jazz teacher, is performing with his group called the New Nine Jazz Group, and they're performing all over town, and congratulations to him. Then also, it was mentioned before, the English department is putting on the Literary Voice featuring Frank Gaspar, who is a member of the Alumni Hall of Fame and also a distinguished author and emeritus colleague. And that is on Friday, September 27th at 10 o'clock. And then two other literary people, Tim Powers and Jim Blaylock. Look on the LBCC website for that information. And then I was cleaning out my desk. Okay, Dario. I was cleaning out my desk, and I came across some photos, and I wanted to remind Mrs. Florence and I that we were young at one time. This is a photo. We were planning something. I was thrilled by the whatever evening success we put something on. So, but anyway, I thought, and look at, she's even not married at that time. Jerry Wiggins, alumni director. Okay, Dario, the next one. Now we're getting a little older. I love it. Yeah, why was my hair curlier then? I don't know. You look great.
Were you mad at me today or something?
Hey, I needed cheap entertainment. Okay, and Dario, the next one, a little older yet. So both those photos were with scholarship recipients. I can't remember the students' names, but maybe she does. So thank you, Dario, for doing that.
Thank you, Trustee Vector. Trustee Zia?
No report, especially since we have second closed session still remaining.
Okay, I will just report on a couple of items. On Friday, August 30th, many of us were here to receive 120 boxes of food that were donated by the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And I would like to thank Trustee Zia and Trustee Baxter for their leadership with that. This is the second year that we've been able to really, be recipients of their generosity for our students. Last year, they donated 80 boxes. This year, 120 boxes, and they pledged to exceed that next year. So we are very grateful to them for that. Monday, September 2nd, I participated in the Labor Day Parade Picnic Rally in Wilmington. It was the 40th annual Ruby anniversary. It was a very special event. And I would like to end my report by backtracking an item that unfortunately I neglected to report on, which is a very important event on Friday, August 2nd, and I failed to give props to one of my constituents, actually Mr. Duke Givens, who lives in my district, and he is a local artist, and he's done a lot for the college. He's an LBCC alum, but he hosted the art exhibit Sisters of the City, and it was here in the T building in the lobby, and I want to share with you one particular picture that just really struck me as very important at the time. The exhibit was about Sisters of the City, women in various positions on campus, and I really like this photo because it shows female leadership. You'll notice, we've got the FA president, the full-time faculty, part-time faculty, classified, and we have the Senate, classified Senate, but what's missing is the academic Senate because he wasn't a sister. So at the time we had Jorge Ochoa, so he was not included, but I remember looking at that picture and just thinking that, wow, we've really come a long way. It was a great reception, great event, and then in closing, he wrote this. Duke is a writer, multi-talented artist, and I feel really bad that I omitted him from my report last month. But during the festivities that night, I asked him to read this poem, and I won't read it to you now, but I asked him to read the poem, and he did, and it was an emotional moment. And it also, I believe it kicked off, I don't know if it was a 20-year reunion, 30-year reunion, I don't know how old he is, his Long Beach Poly High School reunion weekend, so there were a lot of LBCC and Poly alum that were here. So, and I heard Snoop Dogg was there too. So, Mr. Duke Givens, thank you very much for your many contributions to the college, and thank you for including so many of us in that event, and that should have been reported at my last meeting, and that's it. Any additional Reports, all right. 10.4, do we have anything on board travel? Okay, 10.5, trustee committees. We do have the facility subcommittee meeting. I was also at that meeting yesterday, obviously just attending as a member of the public. But are there any reports on that?
I
Vice
can just
President
share, I
Antep?
think we spoke mainly about it, but we covered, and it's on the board docs agenda, anyone who's interested in looking at the presentations, but we went through the construction major project plan, we went through the community student workforce agreement update. Probably the one thing to share that was interesting, we talked about coin-based parking meters, which is a very obscure topic, but we have 44 on campus that are, I have received some complaints that students don't have coins, and how am I supposed to use these things? And it doesn't take credit cards. We were looking and talking about smart solar parking meters that the city installed a couple years ago that take credit cards, also take coins, are independent off the grid, so you don't need to do the rewiring. And thinking, we did a just back in the envelope cost estimate, maybe it was about $40,000 to replace all of our parking meters. And it might be something that we look to partner with the city or an entity like Edison and say, hey, we're putting in more environmentally friendly parking meters, and it kind of matches up with our sustainability resolution tonight. So just something to think about. I know staff is going to look at, what do we charge you 25 cents? Maybe we do 50 cents, and that can pay for towards the cost recovery of the new equipment. So there's a good discussion that we could have that we shouldn't have taken, it wasn't here, so we wouldn't take all the time at the board meeting. So, but I don't know if Trustee Baxter has anything else to add. We already made the recommendation from there was to support the student worker agreement. So.
Okay, and then we do have the new ad hoc committee that will be meeting for the board evaluation. All right, any additional trustee committees? Okay, so I could tell that we're getting really late because the AC turned off. I don't know if you guys feel it, but I feel it, and I'm worried if the AC turned off. I'm worried that the lights are going to be next. So I'm rushing through because I'm concerned about that. In case you're watching this at home some other time, it's 10:45 p.m. All right, we're moving on to section 11 on our agenda, public comments on non-agenda items. Madam Secretary, do we have any? We have none. We do have a second closed session. However, I do need to backpedal item 1.4. I neglected to report out the board. We took action to, was it to accept their withdrawal, or how, what is the language?
There was no action taken. It was
It was
informing.
Okay, got it. So, oh no, Jackie, then we're good then. It was just that one item, the student issue. Okay, never mind. We had it right the first time. All right, so now we're going into a second closed session item. I will not come back out and report because we've lost our legal counsel for those two items. So our second closed item will basically be to just adjourn, and we'll have to reconvene at another time. So it is 10:46, and I'd like to adjourn this meeting. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held October 23rd at the Liberal Arts Campus right here. Closed session, if necessary, at 4:30, open session at 5:30. Everybody have a great night and get home safe.
You mean we don't have to go to?
No. So I'm not going to closed session. I'm going to.